Hello there, and welcome to Table Tales, our fortnightly D&D adventure, where our bold adventurers seek to overcome, defeat, or avoid the plot. Hello, bold adventurers!
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Who are you,
Hello.
strange man in purple?
Hello.
How you doing?
You shouldn't be able to see
hi.
me. Or if you do see me, I'm this very small person with a bald head, long white hair, and red robes, who you are constantly terrified of.
Oh, God.
But going from
No.
left to right, we have Onyx, the Dark Ranger.
I missed the forest already.
Talon, our fleet-footed healer.
Yeah, I quite agree. I'm going to miss the forest.
Gardener, the keeper of the forests.
New places, new forms, evolution at work.
Wesley, our swashbuckling academ.
Yes, we're out of the forest.
And Violet, the mystical powerhouse.
Celia. Oh, these assholes are still here. Celia.
See, I was originally going to go with Violet, who's very horny, and that seems way more relevant to what was just said.
Oh, come on. It's more than that.
It's more than that, yes. It is deeper. But yes,
That's why he didn't say it, but then he said it.
indeed.
You reduced it to that.
I accentuated it with that. Yes, on our last session, after dealing with multiple interpersonal conflicts, our fantastic adventurers found themselves moving further and deeper down Paraxis as they followed their little route heading this way. And I will temporarily remove my lovely little Violet to represent where they got to, which is this area here known as Braxenbrücke. And then I will very quickly bring back Violet as soon as I remember what the button controls are to do that.
Whoops.
Bye, guys.
I can bring you back.
ran
It's
off.
just gonna have to get rid of the.
Celia's too close.
There we go.
But yes, they.
Can you remove the drawing of my head, please?
No, you
It's
want
like you.
The
yes.
monocle goes on the eye.
Maybe you have an eye there. It's an inferior eye. Inferior eye. But yes, they also had a few encounters with some travelers going up and down the path as well. Some communication with people using their magical means, and Gardener turned blue.
Yes.
It's true.
That
This
was
is
the
the thing that
major
happened.
change in their abilities. But
That sounds about right.
as we zoom in on our party, you've been traveling for several weeks now since you left Futura, going from a combination of dense and misty forests to lesser traveled woodland paths, and as you get closer and closer to Braxenbrücke, the road becomes firmer, more obvious in terms of industrial development, and also as you get closer, you start to be able to hear the sound of free-flowing water
Okay.
as pretty much all of you except for... Sorry, scratch that. Only Wesley and Violet, because the rest of you have not really been here before.
Yeah. Also,
Nowhere
there's
near
a
here.
road here, guys. Watch out for pill bugs.
What? Pillbugs.
Yeah.
Did the guys underneath like a big stones?
I mean the small bugs that become a
No,
shell.
the really big ones.
I used to call them roly-polies when I was little.
Well, you're weird.
Have you seen these large ones outside of Druina?
No, but they leave tracks like this sometimes.
This was man-made.
I bet it's like a track.
Gilbug made.
Can
Just-
I examine the trail? Does it look like a cart wheel?
At the point where you're at, the road here is marked with many different cartwheels. This is a much heavier traveled road, and you can actually, if you look a bit further ahead, you can see that it's getting to the point where it's going to be actually paved with proper stones.
Oh, I can't
Has it-
wait until it's
Has it
paved.
rained recently? Sorry,
In this, I mean, not torrentially, but these tracks. I mean, as an experienced tracker yourself, Onyx, you would be aware that these tracks were probably made by very heavily laden carts.
okay, that's fair.
Not pillbox.
Bugs, all of them. Look down. That's a lot of bugs.
Just being aware.
What do these bugs do? Do they roll at you?
Yeah, the hunters.
Why are they called pill? What's pill?
I don't know. That's just what they've always been called.
Okay, isn't the word pill a pretty old word for like around medicine?
Yeah, but that doesn't
I'm
mean
just
that
trying to have
Talon's ever
roleplay
heard it.
moment. Why are you going to DM?
Yeah.
Because I wanted to react too, but I thought it would be weird if nobody knew what a pill was. I'm sorry.
No. Pill. You guys know, aside from Tal, you know what pills are, especially Gardner. Yes, the road has become more crowded, and you can see individuals as you head towards this large river bridge, and from what you can tell, a combination of a fort, which is close to the river itself, and a town, possibly you say just on the cusp between being a village and a town, based on size. Which is
Violet looks around if she sees Celia.
make me a perception check.
She looks really hard.
Super hard.
Super duper hard. Oh, I actually didn't launch.
Found
roll 20, so
tillage.
apologies for extra 10 seconds wait.
The tension rackets.
Oh, as I think you have to scroll on the thingy.
I had done previously. I can scroll again, but
I didn't roll yet.
yeah,
I know, but it's cut off.
it's
Oh,
always a
That is-
little cut off
perception.
Why?
because of math.
+5 because I'm proficient in Celia.
That's an arse.
Proficient in Celia. Ooh la la. You
Episode title. Just kidding.
you scour around looking. You're still outside the town at this juncture, so you have got a very short range of view, and you are also aware that Celia, if she was arriving at this moment, would be arriving from the opposite direction. So it's not too surprising to you when you don't see her anyway.
I look anyway.
That is completely fair.
Haven't you two been talking? Not decided on like a meeting spot?
Is that something you're asking Celia? Sorry, or
I'm asking Violet.
right? Sorry, Violet. my
Oh,
bad.
Violet just looks around. She did not hear what you said.
Rude.
You can repeat it. That's an ability you have every long rest.
Hey,
No?
Violet. Violet,
Shh. What?
have you not talked about the meeting spot with Celia?
Have we?
Yeah. Well, more specifically with Mandrab when he was answering the questions, he said he would meet you at quote the usual place.
The usual place. So I'd have to watch out for the markings of Syndicate?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You
Okay.
if you refer back to your instruction booklets, you were given a method of finding out where to go.
No, don't put me on the spot like that. I don't know where it is. Violet starts rummaging around her suit, which has no pockets.
Effectively, you were informed that you had to go to something that was likely to be held at any what do we call it? Any town or village or similar, there was a war memorial.
War Memorial. Okay, yeah, that's right. I'm gonna search for that. Hey, could you pin me that TXT file? If you know where that was.
Sure. 1 second. I
apologize.
I got it all posted. There you go.
Thank you.
Yep. Boy, I hope I didn't copy anything I wasn't supposed to send you at that point.
Oh my gosh, it's full of stars.
Yeah. Anyhow, so right now you guys are outside the small town. The town, of course, is Braxenbrücke. The fort is Fort Braxenbrücke. And the bridge is the Braxenbrücke Bridge. Say what you want. They know naming conventions.
From here, does it look like it's going to be the same case as with Futura, with a closed gates, guards stationed outside?
There are
Right.
guards outside, but it doesn't appear closed or anything like that. There are people moving through.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they should. After we've gone in.
Okay.
So, you reckon we are wanted by the military?
Why would we
Um,
be?
I hope
Probably. We should be careful, just in case.
not. Right. Before we get up to the gate, disguise self.
Okay, so you're gonna. I assume you mean you're going to step up outside the road to go somewhere
Yeah,
hidden
yeah.
and then do disguise self, right?
Yes.
Cool.
As in before we hit like
Yeah.
visual range, we'll certainly Talon will be
Um,
altering his appearance.
Yes.
I'm gonna disguise myself too, and I'm gonna disguise myself into the titular character from Celia's books.
Oh my.
Okay.
So, Talon.
I need disguise, but I also need her to recognize me. So.
Talon, you'd actually quite appreciate this transformation because now Violet is bedecked in a beautiful red dress.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he likes red.
Yep.
He loves red.
Yep.
Um,
However, he's going for something very nondescript, kind of just brown robe, middle-aged old man type sort of situation.
yeah, Violet's gone the other way. This is a very, shall we say, prominent feminine form.
It's a coincidence.
Quite
It's stealth and audacity.
quite stunningly dressed. Rich dark curls framing the head, and it's a very lovely red dress.
I wonder what kind of book it is. Wesley has no reason to.
Wesley has no reason to? Interesting.
Oh my.
Well, you didn't say you're disguising yourself as a character from Celia's books, so
I mean-
I'm not
Oh,
aware.
I see.
Yeah,
Right.
but you
I
might
don't
still,
get the reference.
You might still draw a comment by what she's chosen to disguise herself as. I mean, that's. But yes. Okay, so you
Dressing
guys,
up, I see.
What?
Dressing up, I see.
Yeah. You know.
I thought we wanted to be
have
Might
to
be
keep
a.
a low profile.
It
really
does
isn't.
the red dress look very fancy?
Thanks.
Yes, it looks fancy.
You might have to think of an explanation of why you were trekking through the forest dressed like that.
What do you mean?
If any of the guards stop us.
Is there a dress code?
Why
No,
would they
but
assume
you-
that she came from the forest?
Yeah, that dress is pristine.
Oh, God damn it. I'm gonna sit down on the ground and kind of like do the movement so the edges of my dress get dusty.
Violet, your dress!
The dress
Oh,
is
wait.
entirely illusionary, so while you make these
Oh,
actions,
shit.
you're magically changing the dress to appear dirty. That is
Yeah,
a
yeah,
method
yeah.
actor, people.
Oh,
Yeah, I do
dear.
that. That's good, that's smart. And I'm jiggle my way towards the bridge.
Mm.
Wait, should can you
What?
tell? Can you disguise me a bit?
What color dress do you want?
I don't want a dress.
What do you
I'd like a
want?
dress.
Just like do the stuff with the hair and the face like you usually do.
Just make him look like not like
Oh,
Wesley.
you just like whatever. You just like the feeling. Okay, fair enough. Here's a mustache. Is anyone looking?
I'm gonna assume that when you're doing this, you sort of wander off the road a little bit and sort of kind of not hide, but just you're harder to see.
Yeah, I'm definitely not full on hiding him because I'm in a hurry. So I'm gonna slap a mustache on him,
Okay.
and I'm gonna like put a hat on him and like get his ponytail into the hat. And I'm gonna take some dry dye and sprinkle his suit so it's not blue anymore. So it's like dusty gray.
Okay. Yeah, so wrapping your hair into a bit of a tower, using some cloth to form a kind of bundled hat, sort of like a bandana style sort of thing. Fine powder, which slightly modifies the color of your clothing. Give me a disguise kit roll, dexterity base, please.
Okay.
And yeah, you.
Onyx will pull up her hood over her ears and hair,
Where is it? Oh, there.
and that's it.
We need to.
Awesome. So yes, even though she's doing it fairly quickly, the transformation for Wesley is quite prominent. It's just a few simple changes, but they distract the eye from, the traditional Wesley look, should we say?
Cool.
I'm good at this.
Thank you very much.
Quick question
yeah.
for Violet and Wesley: are you two keeping your gauntlets on, or are you removing them?
Mine is removed with the illusion.
Okay, so still there, but illusionarily gone.
Oh.
You have long sleeves.
Sorry.
You have long sleeves.
Goofy too.
Well, I'll keep it on, but I'll mask it somewhat.
How so?
She's not immediate pull up my sleeves.
Okay, so you're sort of
Yes.
okay. It doesn't. It's a fairly chunky piece of thing, so you can't button your sleeve, and it is. I mean, all of you would be able to say that noticeably there appears to be something beneath there.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't match the other arm.
That looks stupid, Wesley. Don't do that. Take it off or just keep it on.
I'll keep it on.
Okay,
Okay.
cool.
Wow.
Wesley will look at Garner and say, I don't know how well you're known at this point, but you might want to cover maybe a little gesture along the green coverings of their face.
It's blue.
No, I'm no longer blue.
Oh, right.
That was
I
temporary.
have never been here before.
You have been traveling with us through Futura, so I don't know.
Like, if they are expecting plague, they might think this is plague. Because they're,
Also,
it's guards. They're pretty stupid.
if,
You okay with me putting, powder on you?
If it will conceal it, go ahead.
I'll do my best. I'm gonna put foundation and powder on Gardner's face.
Yeah, this
And neck.
one's a little trickier because it's a beforehand you're modifying things. This is like a full cover job, so I'm going to say owing to the complication on this, the DC on this is going to be a little bit higher. But disguise kit with
Okay.
Dex, please.
Okay. 25.
Go ahead.
I am on
Consummate
fire.
professional here. Yeah, it's like you sort of you spend a couple seconds sort of pondering the things, and then you realize, yeah, gonna need to make this look somewhat believable. So with a combination of some foundation and some line markings, you sort of kind of give it a kind of modeled appearance. and you also then slaver on a little bit of red berry juice to make it kind of look scarred, which will hopefully hide most of the greens. So gardeners round up with a bit of a scarred look on the side, but it's a good job of hiding the green.
Yeah, I
Nice.
probably have like silicone stripes for a scar as well, so I'm gonna slap that on.
Zuko sheep.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. So with your magical disguises, mundane disguises, and hood, the five of you, I assume at this point, continue on towards the gatehouse.
Yes.
It's
Mhm.
a very simple looking sort of line in and out. The walls itself aren't terribly impressive. You think they're mostly decorative. But one thing I think all of you would notice is that there is a fairly decent number of soldiers here in uniform.
Okay.
But they're not on duty per se. They're kind of just wandering in or out of the town. Yeah.
Onyx will try to mostly stay in the shadowed part of buildings, as not overtly moving like a lot to make that happen, but to try and get like in this direct sunlight. I assume her skin tone will stand out more, so she's going to try to stick to the darker bits.
Seeing how she's trying to stay hidden, I'm gonna take point.
Okay.
I'm gonna lead with my boobs.
I'll keep an eye out for anyone that is like looking for us or at us as well.
Right.
As I do that.
I think on this one, I'm going to ask Violet for
Yes.
a performance check with advantage.
And the
because of
three of us
actor.
get an advantage? Okay.
Yeah, with advantage because of actor. And effectively, depending upon how well you roll on this, of the three of you, I just got that. Depending upon how well you roll on this, will affect the DC of any insight checks for the party. You're basically performing the distraction.
Alright, fair enough.
So as we're entering,
26.
kind of, is there anything specific we should be looking for?
Oh, who you asking?
Undue attention to us, I think, is what we're looking out for at the moment.
Yeah, act normal.
Yeah.
Understood.
Act like you never acted before. I don't know how to explain normal.
Also, I
to
think just generally trying to keep our interactions with people to a minimum would just be a good idea all round.
you. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we'll see.
Okay. So, Violet, taking the lead, you approach the
What was the name of the heroine from the book that I'm pretending to look like? Did she have a name?
Did. Well, that's in the book I'm writing, so I need to pull that up before I can check it. Yeah.
Deep lore. Deep lore.
If we ever get 50 concurrent viewers, I'll put the book out live.
Wow.
Looking forward to it.
All right. See.
I mean, you can make one up.
Malia.
Meliers?
Malia.
Melier, okay. Melier? Can you spell it for me?
M-I-L...
In
Melia?
text?
M-I-L-E-A. Malia.
Can you write it in text, please?
Yes, I can write it in text, please.
Okay.
I'll do it now while no one's paying attention.
Oh, sure, okay. Yeah, I think they're distracted.
Yep, good to know. All right. Yep. So there's a brief waiting line during which time, Violet, you can see several individuals ogle you. But after a few moments, you do find yourself coming up to the thing, up to the gatehouse, where there is a guard who's basically just still scribbling down from the last cart as he sort of goes, Naaman? Name?
Lady Malia Red with double D's.
Dear.
That's way too good.
Lady Melia, Red,
Mhm.
do you have any cargo to declare?
Yes, my entourage, and she will kind of point with the hand generously across the party.
You see the guard sort of eyes kind of. His head turns, his eyes linger, then his eyes turn. It's very much so that sort of order. And he goes, but no cargo.
None to speak of, really.
Okay, at this
Just,
point,
some things on my person
Talon
and their
is
persons.
Talon is just scowling at the man. He's just scowling.
Uh,
I'll roll intimidate on that if you'd like me to.
Sure.
Not very.
About as intimidating as a kitten there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not trained in it. I got +5, but not when I roll a 4.
Alan is trying to be scary. The guard does not notice him.
No, it does seem like that has gone over his head.
That's fine.
Can I take a quick look around the surrounding area and see if anyone is looking our way and isn't particularly double D distracted?
Ooh, that's going to be an insight roll, I think, at that point. There's plenty of people looking, but divining their reasons for doing so, that's definitely an
That's
insight
fair,
roll.
yeah.
I am not looking. My undivided attention is on the guard.
21.
21. You think there's a couple people that are looking, and like they're not so much. There's a couple people that are looking with a sort of, oh my god, what the hell is she doing kind of expression of sort of how shameless sort of expression going on. You do also notice that there is one person who appears to be looking and just very coolly looking at everyone, and if anything, it's noticeable that she's not looking at Violet. She's just glancing up and down and keeping an eye on everything that's going on with a very passive kind of viewpoint.
I will sidle up behind Talon and kind of tap on his shoulder.
Turn to Onyx.
I will begin making a hand sign, then again realize Talon isn't actually part of my ranger team and whisper, "We have an audience."
He will nod. I'll just say, let us know if they do anything.
Small nod.
While they've been doing that, the guard has turned back to yourself, Violet, and's gone. You are passing through or visiting the fort, or will you be needing a bridge token?
I would love a bridge token. If anything, I can keep it as a souvenir from this journey.
Is this your first time in Braxtonbrooke?
In some years, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I would have remembered you. I mean, the bridge token is only for 1 day, so if you are staying for more than a day, you would want to get the bridge token on the day you're leaving.
You just want to see me again. I'll be here.
So you need the bridge token?
If I'll need it, I'll come take it.
Okay.
All right. Have a nice day.
I'm gonna make a insight roll for him on this one. Nope, that one. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, he has completely missed the fact that Wesley has a gauntlet. He is just not looking at anything. He is watching you as you sashay away.
Good.
Yep.
Gonna put my all into it. Let's go, guys.
Yeah.
Once we're past and like a little bit away, I'll just kind of move up to Violet and Murder. Murder?
Murder!
Murder.
Sorry!
There's the BVB!
Okay.
Hold your
On
horses.
to Tailspire.
Yeah, I'll sidle up and just murmur, "You are very good at what you do."
And what is it that you think I do?
Distraction, social manipulation, Infiltration. You seem to be very proficient.
That's a astute observation. Well done. I guess we all are good at what we do. A lot of social activity where you're from?
Not much. Mostly, swamp, forest.
Yeah, I'd bomb there.
You bombed there?
You know? As in... You know what? Never mind.
Okay.
Did you guys mention a swamp? We're not going back into a swamp, are we?
We are after this.
Ugh.
Yeah, it will be good to visit home.
What's wrong with a swamp? It's like a wet forest.
Exactly.
It's both his favorite things.
Hey,
So,
No way it combines it to mud.
well, I mean, really, you know,
Sludge.
I'm gonna be on, as we are talking this, gonna be on a lookout for the war memorial.
Yeah, it's not too tricky to find. Most war memorials are pretty heavily located towards the center of the towns, and this town is fairly small. You can, after a few minutes of walking, this main street goes from one end of the town to the other end of town, and you can easily see the exit to the other area. Slightly more fortified than the entrance on that side, you think? And even now, all 5 of you can hear the sounds of rushing water from the river on the other side.
Right.
Sorry, yes, Tom?
Is there any military activity that we are aware of in this area?
In what sense?
As in, are we aware that they would need to fortify this particular town in any fashion?
Well, there's a fort nearby.
Well,
It is the major crossing point between the north and southern part of
I think
Praxis.
this is something Talon might ask other people about.
yeah, I think that is because there seems to be a lot of troops here, and as far as Talon is aware, yes, it's a bridge, but is this amount of people at this fort normal, or is there extreme amounts of military presence for the size of the fort here? What's going on?
Who are you asking?
Who's likely to? I'll probably ask Wesley that question.
Wesley will consider it and have a look around. Has he been to Braxton thingy before?
Thinking.
Wrexham Brooker with.
Is that
I'm gonna go with no because you can't even pronounce it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
fair enough? But Wesley has been into fortified settlements.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm trying to get
does
it.
it look like it's more heavily fortified than it should be?
Make me an intelligence check.
I should probably open my character sheet.
And this is why Talon's not trying to do it on his own.
I'm heading towards the war memorial, by the way.
22 for
Yep.
intelligence.
I'm assuming you're all sort of walking.
yeah,
together.
we're walking with her. Anyway.
So you've conducted raids with your father before on sort of some military bases and some sort of smuggler coves. Tends to be more the smuggler ones than the military ones. If you make too much of a fuss with the military, they come after you hard. The main thing that is probably indicating to you that this isn't over stuffed is the, for lack of a term, the relaxed nature of most of the soldiers here. They seem to just be out having a shop, not doing right. Aside from the people actively on patrol, most people are just wandering around. This looks appropriate.
I don't think you should worry, Talon. Most
Okay.
of the military personnel seems relaxed. So
Okay.
there's not anything going on, I don't think.
That's fine. I'm just trying to get better at reading these situations. Thank you.
How large is Brexenbrucker? Are we talking like mid-sized town, large town, small city?
As said
I thought
it
it's a
when we
fortress.
arrived, slightly bigger than a village, but not quite as big as a town would be.
So it's like a tillage or a town.
Yeah, for whatever you want.
Boo.
That's negative inspiration for Wesley. I make the
Please,
terrible puns here, not you.
Technically, that was a portmanteau. That does not make it better.
That's negative
No.
inspiration for God. I'm kidding. Yeah, thank you. Yes. So it's a small, it's a large village or a small town, and as was stated, there is a fort outside of it, not attached.
Right.
Is the fort attached to the bridge, or is the fort separate?
The fort is next to the bridge. It's not on top of it, so you don't have to go through. The fort. No.
No, okay.
But I think anybody trying to use the bridge, if the fort doesn't want them to do that, there'll be a lot of heavily armed guards basically coming out and going, "What are you doing?"
You all can actually kind of see the fort from your perspective. It's a fairly, it's basically a box-shaped tower, and Gonix, Wesley, Violet, you guys have got sort of more tactical combat experience than anybody else. This would give them an almost unprecedented angle of attack because they could just rain down arrows on anyone coming across the bridge. They would be completely undefended.
Gotcha.
But yes, you continue walking to get to the middle of town, where you get to the square, which is actually a circle, but it's still technically a village square. In the center of which there is a large obelisk with names carved upon it, which is the War Memorial.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend to pay my respects by pressing F near the memorial, and also can I look around and see if I see any scribbles?
Doesn't take you too long as you continue holding F and glancing around to spot a poster on the outer edge of the village square, which has the symbol you're looking for, the symbol of a meeting place for the syndicate.
Okay. Can I recognize what it means, or can I just memorize it?
You already know this one, so you can recognize it immediately.
Okay, what is it?
It's the one I sent you before. I don't have that note open, but let's just say you know what it is, and I'll get it to you after the session. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yep. But it's on a poster for a tavern, which is called Fleisch und Kartoffeln.
Oh dear.
Fleisch und Kartoffel.
Yeah.
But
Ever
I don't think
since
anyone
he
would
met that
actually
owl, he hasn't been the same man. Okay, fair enough. So that sounds like a restaurant or something, is it?
Well, it's actually a terrible pun because Fleisch und Kartoffeln means meat and potatoes, which is
Yeah.
Yeah, but is it okay? Correct me
that
if
a
I'm wrong,
restaurant?
but
it's a tavern, but it'll probably serve food as well.
Is it like an innuendo or something?
Yeah, meat and potatoes
I don't get it.
means penis.
Oh,
I'm a lesbian.
does it?
Yeah,
In what way does that mean penis?
in the way that Locty just got.
I could get
Let's move on,
sausage and
please.
potatoes, but why meat
That
is
sounds like a disease. Anyway.
okay. Apparently the thing is more British than I realised.
Yeah.
Anyway,
this is why
moving-
you can't just straight over translate idioms.
I preferred it this way, but yes,
I didn't.
fair enough. It has an address on it, but not even that necessarily for an address. A quick look around shows you where you need to go.
Yep. Gonna do another, quick F by the memorials to make whoever was watching us, if they're still watching us, confused. And then, walk away with my head held high towards the
Press F to
the
jiggle.
deceased place.
Okay. Are you guys all following her, or?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm still keeping a lookout for anyone following us or looking at us in a way that seems unlikely to be just interest.
The individual you identified that was just scanning the crowd rather than being distracted by Violet, they did not leave the gatehouse. They remained there.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah, you head over to this tavern. It's you notice there's a surprisingly large number of taverns in this town, given its size. But this one is fairly exuberant. There's a lot of markings out front, and the sign on the pub is this large sort of platter of steak and potatoes. As you go towards it, there is a half orc at the front of the door who looks down, and as you approach, Violet goes, "Oh, right away, miss," and opens the door for you.
Violet's gonna like turn around to her party and be like, "Wow, these people are super welcoming," and walk in.
Yeah. Who's second in line?
Probably Talon. So
Yeah.
he'll just give...
Palm just strikes her chest. Who are you?
I'm with her. He will just again try the Imperious glare. It's probably not going to end up going
You're
well.
still dressed as a sort of late middle-aged man, so I'm intrigued as to how this goes.
Well,
Stella is like, you know that ancient meme with like a kitten that's like saying, "I am the knight. Stop
Yep.
petting me."
Go on then. Let's see.
oh, this is tracking 9
Probably
again.
doesn't help that you asked it as a question.
Right. What, you like a father or something? I don't think you want to come in here, mate. You can still see this Violet, by the way.
Oh, I'm gonna turn around and like wave at Talon and say, "Come on, honey. What's taking you?"
This man will not let me in. May I accompany my daughter?
Really?
Violet slowly like turns to Talon. Her eye twitches.
Well, oh my god. Okay, fine.
Honey is a pet name.
let it just go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let him cook.
You're gonna go in there with. Fine. I put his hand away.
Stepping in. I don't. Yeah, Talon.
judging?
It's a Talon thing. Let's go. He's going in.
Oh no.
Who's third?
Was he would be at this point, I think.
He sort of looks at you, looks down the arm. You gonna cause trouble in there for me?
Of course not.
Got my eye on you.
But we will not. I assume he's letting me in.
Oh yeah. Number 4.
That would be Garner. I was last.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks at you. You halfling or something?
Something like that.
All right. Don't cause any trouble.
Do not worry. I like a quiet drink.
As he turns to you, Onyx, he goes, "All right, hood off."
Fine. Onyx will take off her hood.
He sort of looks at you for a moment and sort of glances at the symbols on your face. Where the fuck did you come from?
Far away. Doesn't
Glances at the large warbow that you have on your back.
matter. I can unstring it if you want.
Nah, I don't think that's gonna do much. And dependent on how good you are, it's a bit close quarters for a weapon like that, but... So what's the story?
I'm with them.
And they are.
Hired me. Or
Ah,
scout.
that makes sense. All right. Keep him out of trouble. And he lets you in through
Fair.
the door.
Everyone in?
Yeah, everyone's inside now. You're a bit staggered, obviously, because he's been questioning you one by one, except for Violet, who he was like, and that one comes in.
Yeah. As soon as I see that they're all in, I'm just gonna head straight for the bar.
Yeah. It's a bit darker in here than you would expect, and you can also see that while there is a fairly large open area for, tables and chairs, and there are waitresses moving between them with foods and drinks, there are also several more private booths around the outer edge. You get to the bar, and there is a furbolg at the front, looking down at you from their rather staggering height, at least 7 foot tall, maybe at least 2 meters and 25 centimeters tall, possibly higher.
Finally, thank you. Accessibility features. That's pretty tall.
Ooh,
Good night.
can I get you something?
Actually, yes. What do you have?
Oh, we got a lot of things here. Local ales, a Braxton Brooker brew.
Something bitter, please.
Oh, bitter. Well, that you can do. He sort of comes down and goes, "Oh, I got a nice little stout here. It's made out of bitter leaf, so it must be fairly bitter."
I'll take it.
Puts it on the table. Comes in a bottle form. Smells nutty, and
Awesome.
just looks it down. Oh, that'll be 5 silver.
All right. She will put her hand into the bag and take out the special coin.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll say, magic trick. And she'll draw like a symbol in the air, blow a kiss, and extend the hand with the coin.
You look at it for you look at this person for a few seconds, and their eyes kind of flicker at the drawing you made, and then down at the coins in your hand, and they smile and go, "Thank you," and they go to take the coins off you. I'll you're further? Need a drink?
I'm fine, thank you.
He's trying to cut down on the spirits.
Why don't you go sit at that table over there? And they point to a very specific table. It's one of the private booths on the outer side.
One of the booths.
Yeah.
Does it look empty?
It is empty. Yes, the one that you're pointing to looks empty.
All right. Then Violet will look at the rest of the party, and if she can catch any of their eyes, she'll nod at the booth and goes there.
We're all standing there.
Yeah, Talon was
with that-
right.
Yeah, I know
Talon.
Talon is here, but you guys didn't say anything, so I don't know where you are.
Well, either way, Talon is going to immediately go over and claim that table for the party.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you give me a second? I need to BRB for just like 20 seconds.
Sure.
Sorry.
As you're...
What was that first drink you mentioned? As you will say to the bartender.
Oh, the Braxton Brooker brew.
Yes, I'll have one of those, please.
Oh, good choice, sir.
And me as well, please.
Oh,
Don't overdo it, boy.
sensible. And yourself there, Miss Elven Lady person.
Have something light?
Oh, light. Well, we've got the Celestial Sip. That's generally referred to as fairly light.
I'll take one of those.
Right, 1 bit leaf stout, 2 Brassenbrook brews, and a celestial sip. We do have soft drinks available for yourself, sir.
What's a soft drink?
Well, it's a drink which doesn't have alcohol in it.
What makes it soft?
The fact that it's not hard.
I'm fine.
Onyx's face is just confusion for a moment, and she'll take her drink.
Yeah,
from the
at this
bar.
point, Talon doesn't get it either. He's just going to pat Onyx on the elbow and just kind of beckon her across the table.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Welcome back. So all of you come and sit down. Violet, you already have your drink. The others, you sort of move over, and the bartender basically indicates that they'll send over someone with the drinks in a few minutes. And you sort of get in close, and it's sort of a U-shaped booth, but it's got the lips that come around the outer side. So unless you're actually peering in, it's difficult to get a good angle to look on everyone on the table. And after a few minutes, a waitress comes over and says, "So I have the Brassenbrook brews."
Yes, please.
And
And the celestial sip.
That one's me.
Oh, and
Well, I'm just gonna be looking out from the booth for Celia, ignoring this check.
she does have her come close to you and put down some coins on the table and say, "Your
Coins?
change. What you doing in town?"
Can I look at the coins?
One of them is the coin you're thinking of.
Okay. Wait, what was the instruction on that?
It's right at the
Take it.
bottom of the notes. It's right at the bottom of the notes.
No! Right. Yeah, I take it back. I take my coin back. I don't know what the other one's doing. Do I recognize the other one?
The other ones, it literally is just change from the bar. Speaking of,
okay.
you guys each subtract it's 3 silvers for the Brassenbrook brew and 5 silvers for the celestial sip.
Then
3.
Violet will say in a very distracting tone, passing through, seeing the sights.
Oh, good to hear.
Actually, also looking to make a friend.
Oh. Well, I hope you find one. And you
So
see
do
them
I.
you see them move away.
I'll have a sip of the celestial sip. What does it taste like?
It's very light pale ale. It is as described, very light in flavor, very light in texture. Doesn't really sit in the mouth for long. Has a kind of bubbly feeling and a nice pleasant kick as it sort of blows out through your nose.
Fair enough. Onyx will be content with that for a little bit, but she'll keep an eye out for any unsavory characters.
Sure. Everybody who's looking
She
around,
doesn't-
just give me a perception roll.
Onyx has no idea that this tavern is marked by the syndicate, so she's just in general looking out for any.
I don't think
unsavory
you know
people.
what syndicate is.
No, I have no idea, but I do know that we've been here and people are looking for us, so she's been on the lookout the whole time. She doesn't know this
17.
place might be safe, is what I'm trying to get at.
30.
17. Wow, that is a bad one.
Okay. So, Violet, Onyx, you two are just sort of peeking around, but the feature of the booth that makes it private also makes it kind of difficult to look out. But you are able to glance around a little bit and sort of see a few people. Most of the clientele are just chatting and talking. You do both notice that there are soldiers in the tavern as well.
Okay.
Soldiers.
Yeah.
Well-
Syraxian?
Pyrexian soldiers.
They're just drinking, right?
Yeah, they're just drinking. They're chatting. You know, they seem to be They tend to.
They're in
You
uniform?
do also notice that they're in uniform. You do notice that they are. They all seem to be being placed on the other side of the tavern to where you are, like carefully isolated in that sort of sense.
Right.
Gardner and Talon, as you're both looking around, you do notice that there are several individuals that are carefully moving around the tavern. One of them, at the very least, appears to be drunk, but judging by the way they're moving, they're doing it specifically to keep eyes on everyone.
Right.
And they're doing it noticeably. Gardner, with that 30 perception,
Jeez.
you also glance upwards, and you kind of hear for a couple seconds the sound of weight being moved slightly. You think there are people hiding in the rafters of the roof.
Oh shit!
Violet, we
Yeah?
have observers. One pretending to be drunk, and I think some in the rafters.
How are they hiding in the
Rafters.
rafters? Don't we all have dark vision?
Do you mean the rafters of the booth or the building?
Up in the roof. I'll sort of very subtly kind of twitch my head towards where I heard the sound from.
Make me a sleight of hand roll to obfuscate.
Oh
the
no,
movement.
don't do that!
No.
Would you draw its attention to us?
Yep. And to answer your question, Rita, the method they're actually using for hiding is quite clever. They are using the lights as shields. If you try and look at them, you're looking into a light, and it doesn't matter how much dark vision you have, you can't see through something blinding you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If I look out of the corner of my eye, I'm not looking directly where Gardner indicated. Can I spot any silhouette or figure?
I'm going to need another perception check, this one with advantage, and also a deception check to hide your movement.
Okay, that would be also with advantage because I'm in disguise.
Yeah, you're
Right?
technically not looking through where your eyes appear to be.
Yeah. I'm looking out of my boobs. Okay. So
I did.
I mean, I wish then the whole phrase "my eyes are up here" wouldn't apply anymore.
Oh,
22 on
I think
deception.
Oh, wait, did she say boobs? I thought she said booth.
Boobs.
Oh.
And 17 on perception.
No,
Oh, did you say with
with
advantage?
advantage, but I mean 17 on
Okay.
course. I'm pretty sure.
Would you
picked a
prefer
17.
to take the natural one?
Yes.
You have a look where Gardner indicated with their gesture.
Mhm.
You still can't see anyone there.
Okay, fair enough. Well, they have been right before about things. Plus, I'm pretty sure they can be an eagle, and those guys have eyes until tomorrow. So I'm trusting.
A few more minutes go by as you guys drink your drinks. The Celestial Sip is quite light. The Braxton Brew, that's a pretty, in your opinion, Wesley, as a consummate drinker, fairly standard sort of ale. But you know, it tastes quite nice, and you can tell it's fresh.
I'm specifically paying attention to the sort of the flavor and development of the yeast.
The yeast is all dead. The
I
bitter leaves.
suppose they do not like live beers here.
Bit dangerous to sell them sometimes. The bitter leaf stout is everything as advertised. It is nutty, but also very sour on the tongue. You definitely wouldn't want to chug that.
I chug it.
Make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Hey!
Chug,
Okay,
chug,
hold
chug,
on.
chug, chug.
Okay, father, calm down.
We like to drink with Violet.
Did you say one? You didn't.
No, I didn't.
14.
14. You chug it, and like all of you watch as Violet like tries so hard not to have reaction, but there is a sort of the closed eye and the sort of Ah, shouldn't have drunk that.
It's good. It's good. It's really good.
But as you're awaiting, a figure arrives. It is a tiefling, white in color. So at a distance might pass off as a human, but the horns give it away this close. Who sort of smiles. Oh, would you mind if I have a seat? They're a woman. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Sure. Yeah. I'm gonna scooch. Gardener?
And yeah, I'll so kind of make room, but also kind of give a bit of a look over, see if I can determine sort of motivations and such, and also looking at kind of posture and the way they move and carry themselves.
Did they
I'm
bring
trying
any
not-
drinks?
They didn't
I'm
bring
trying
drinks.
not to let her touch me because illusion.
What
It's
is the order we're sitting in?
We're gonna go with a sort of esoteric on that for now. And
I
look
said
at it
Gardner
as-
because Gardner was whispering to me, so I'm assuming Gardner
Yeah.
is like directly next to me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you want, you can arrange yourself on the roll 20 into the U shape that you're sitting
I
in.
mean,
Yeah, sure.
But yes, it's difficult to array yourself with the luminous clothing, but you are able to sort of keep them from sitting next to you and touching you. They don't seem to be trying to either. With your passive insight, Gardner, looking at them right now, kind of hard to judge anything. All they've really asked is if they can sit down, but their eyes do appear to be passing over all of you and sort of kind of calculating, as it were, would be the best expression that they can have.
So they're doing insights in turn, I think.
Of sorts, yes. I hear you're looking for a friend.
Always.
Well, I have
Are
lots
you
of
a friend?
friends.
Good, good.
And who are you?
Any... Wesley. Don't embarrass me.
Can we... Are they... Do you speak for them in this meeting?
Yes. However, to a certain degree.
Wesley will make like
And
a
she will wink.
closed lips movement.
Just a quick... Just for the meeting.
Yes.
I will assume that they're Jahodak.
Yeah. Technically, they might be. Yeah.
Good.
Wesley, don't embarrass myself in front of my cool syndicate friends. Stop it.
Best not to
Yeah.
use that particular word, but...
I actually didn't say that.
Yeah,
Sorry, that
that's
was
fair.
just a joke.
You can call me Simie.
Simie?
Symbie, Simie.
S-Y-M-I-E?
IE.
Like this?
Yep, like that.
Okay, sorry.
So...
Mhm.
What can I help you with? We've heard some tales of you. I assume you're after our colleagues in the back.
Very much so, yes. Are they okay? Are they alright?
Well, it's been a long journey. They only got here a couple days ago, but they're
I
fine.
really need to see them.
Probably best if we don't have all of you traipse into the back room at the same time. I can take you and one other to start. The rest of you, groups of 2, come when you're called. Who are you taking?
Violet will look around the group and remember that Celia probably is only familiar with Wesley and Talon. So she's gonna look at both of them, and who reacts first, she will take them.
Well, Talon's been focusing on her the whole conversation,
Was
so he's just going to make eye contact and wait for her verdict, really.
Wesley wouldn't mind either, but it's up to Violet. She can go alone. We're we're 5 people, so
Mhm.
we still do the groups of 2.
Violet, from your perspective, out of the pair of them, Talon would appear the most keen.
Okay, then she'll nod at Talon.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Go over there into the bathroom. I'll meet you in a second.
Okay. Violet's gonna try not to run.
The tiefling gets up, smiles, and says, I'm so sorry about your issue with the drink. I'll make sure you get some replacements. And then...
You better. I mean, I heard good things, and you're kind of embarrassing yourself. I'm out of here.
Calm down. Let's go.
Okay.
Violet suddenly lost her ability to act. She just needs to get to the...
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay. Well,
she's
well
going
at this point, Talon is just gonna take her arm and just try to steady her and slow her down a little bit, so we don't give the whole game away.
Yeah, I get it, Dad. I'm cool. I'm cool.
Calm
I'm
down.
calm. Just hurry. You're not actually old. Come on.
Sure. Say that out loud to everyone.
Onyx is kind of sitting there sipping her celestial sip, enjoying this madness.
Heading to where she pointed out and opening the door.
Yeah, you get there, and as you enter into the door, you feel a hand sort of grab you and just pull you to the side, and there's another door in there that kind of looks like a maintenance closet, but as you get inside, this little gnome woman looks at you and goes, all right, lovies, in through here, quick as a wink, and then opens up the door, which instead of a closet leads to a corridor.
Okay, just straight through. Let's go.
Yeah. God damn it.
Yep.
Yes, I'm coming.
The door,
Brisk walk.
the door closes behind you. It's a very narrow corridor. In fact, both of you are having to slouch and crouch down a little bit. Talon especially. It's also very quiet. It feels almost soundproofed, and you can feel
Okay.
on the sides of the walls that they have got hay in sacks nailed to the walls to deaden the sound.
Oh.
Okay. Well, either way, given the situation, Talon would probably push Violet ahead of him and then head in after her.
Oh, you don't have to push. She's there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just, he's not.
Look at all these walls that Violet is not noticing.
Yeah. My point is, he's making sure she goes first.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
And at the end of the corridor, you can see Saimi, who managed to sneak there a different route and get there first. All right,
Nice trick.
In through here. And Saimi opens a door on the side again, heavy hay bales, hay sacks nailed to it. And as you go inside, you both smell the acrid scent of alchemy and other things flowing out of this room. As you go inside, there's a brief moment when you're kind of allowing this acrid scent to fill your nostrils, and it blinds you a little bit. But as you blink the sense out of your eyes, Violet, in front of you, looking up from where they've been crouched down over a table, face a bit mussed from alchemical work, a pair of goggles hiding the majority of their eyes, but you'd recognize it anywhere. It's Celia.
Violet is gonna smile like a mad woman and just hurriedly approach the table and just sit on her knees in front of Celia and just stare at her for like a brief second and just rush her, just hug her.
The reaction is a bit stranger than you thought. She kind of almost flinches back a little bit
yeah.
as she takes her gloves off and looks down and goes, I am so... Wait a minute. And her hand sort of goes through the illusionary parts and goes, Violet?
Sorry about that. Violet's gonna drop the illusion.
Oh, my
Talon
soul.
will do this. Talon will do the same at this point.
I'm so happy. she's just gonna keep holding her, and also she's gonna like make sure that she's not hurt anywhere. Just like without letting her go, because there's no way in hell.
Okay, is there anyone in here other than Celia at this point?
As you're sort of grasping a hold of Violet, Talon, you get to have a quick look around. You can see a couple people who they kind of reacted a little bit to Violet's sudden charge forward and embrace, but seeing as it's all calmed down, there are hidden blades being placed back into sheaves and sort of general lack of tense, especially as the illusion drops. One of them, I don't think you ever met Mandrab. I think it was only Wesley and Violet that met Mandrab, but one of them is kind of eyeing you both and has this very cocky grin on his face. Violet, as you hold on to Celia, make me a quick medicine check. I think that's the most probably one for checking herself. But just from the sensation of as she recognizes you and kind of she lets herself relax, and with that 22 on your medicine roll, you feel like that whole sensation, like when you have a nervous energy and then suddenly it's over and then it all hits you all at once, as she kind of just melts into your arms a little bit and just holds you. She is a little bit taller than you, so she's kind of hunched over you a little bit. You can feel her body relax.
I mean, Violet's on her knees. Anyone is taller than Violet at the moment, but yeah, she is. She's gonna end the hug and like stretch her arms, holding Celia by her shoulders, and just sort of look at her face, because she missed her face.
And you can see Violet, that Celia's face is turning a little red as she's trying desperately to wipe some of the soot out of her face and go,
You're good, you're good.
I didn't know you were coming. At least not today. I knew you were coming, but not...
Shh, it's okay. Look at you. I missed you so much.
I have missed you too, my soul. So badly, and everything you have said, I've been so worried.
I am so sorry. What did he do to you?
What do you mean?
He said he knocked you out.
Now, to be fair, the options were knock her out or have her do something reckless and stupid. And we all know that's my thing.
Violet's gonna turn at him with a silent look of thank you, but I'm going to kill you, but thank you. But I'm going to kill you, but thank you. It's a mixed emotion.
You kind of get the feeling that this is not the first time Mandrab's seen that look from someone. It was all right. He gave me a little drug which knocked me out, and he was very clever about it, and I am both impressed and very, very angry.
She's gonna like help just wipe a little bit of soot of her cheeks and nose.
You can see that as you're doing that for the first time, Celia remembers, oh shit, I'm a mate, and just starts precipitating the muck off her face. I am so glad you're okay. When I received the message from Wesley, I was terrified. You must tell me everything that has happened and what has been going on with these ores.
Shh. I have them. I have everything on me. I have everything with me. I'll tell you everything. And Violet just looks at Celia like she's the sun. Nobody exists around her.
And this kind of goes on for a few minutes of them just babbling and talking. Talon, in that interim time, is there anything in particular you might be doing?
He's just trying to get a read on the other two figures.
So there's three in total. So Mandrab, who's kind of already spoken and identified himself, and then you can see that there's two. One of them is this enormous, heavily muscled figure, a Goliath, who just Like he was picking up a maul effectively as Violet charged Celia, but now seems to be sitting down, has gone back to eating what appears to be maybe the flank of an entire deer. You're not entirely certain. He's just chowing down on that. Oh, there's no tomorrow.
Sure.
The other one is a bit is smaller, thinner, wearing sort of dark, rough-cut robes of sorts. Tied up around the legs to form a pair of leggings.
Sure.
And she's got furtive eyes and a horrifying looking scar that runs across her face.
Okay, well, that's fine. Talon isn't reacting poorly to any of this. In fact, he's just propped himself by the door. If any of them look across at him at any point, he'll just give them a kind of a casual, friendly sort of nod. But he is just on the sidelines, observing, pretty much kind of like they're doing. He's just in Violet's quarter rather than Celia's, I think, is probably the read on that.
The Goliath doesn't really react to you aside from the whole sort of, oh, you're there sort of situation.
Sure.
And Mandrab is just flitting between you and Violet, but generally letting things occur and going to react later, you think?
Mm-hmm.
The woman, on the other hand, she is glaring at you with a kind of head-cocked expression and appears to be looking you up and down, almost as if assessing, where do I stick the knife?
Yeah, well, to be quite honest, it's Talon. Any particular interest from her direction will just get her a little smile, but he'll otherwise just not react too much to the assessment.
After a few moments, Celia looks at you and goes, I need to know more about what has been happening to you.
I know, but is this the good place?
No. We will talk later, but I need you to know this is what
Okay.
I've been thinking of.
What?
Mandrab will want to have a chat with you as well. Promises were made.
What did he want from you?
There is a colleague of ours in Lorendros who has materials which cannot be transported.
Materials.
Mandrab has wanted me to go there for some time to be able to examine them, ascertain what they are, and potentially make them safe, but
Is that safe?
there is an element of risk, but it is just not, he has not been willing to pay what I asked to do it. So when I came to him in urgency, he knew what to ask.
Fuck, I did not mean to.
Oh, my precious heart, my soul. I would do this for you. You do not need to ask. You do not need to feel bad that it has happened. I know that if you needed me, and I know that if I needed you, you would burn everything in your way to get to me.
Well, yeah.
So
But-
why is it so strange that I would do the same for you?
Because you valuable, precious. Because you're you.
And you are
I-
you.
Yeah, but I do this. That's what I do.
All I am doing is identifying magic items. That is what I do.
I thought he wanted like money from you or something. That
Mandrab has money. What he values more than anything else is favors.
oh fuck.
And
Can I help?
that... She looks a little concerned as you say that, and just says, what I have agreed upon, I would not touch. It is something I feel I can do. It is something I feel which is safe. He may ask you things which are innocuous at first, and then you will find much more. but he may also ask you for a favor for what has occurred as well.
That gets you off the hook. I'll do it.
Please.
See.
He is a good friend, but a dangerous man.
I do not fucking like it. I do not like you in Lorendris. With the
He's
plague
standing right there, right?
about. I don't give a fuck. With the plague about.
You must tell me more of this plague. Is there
I
anything
will.
I can
I'll
do
tell
to
you
help
everything. Maybe, yes. Is it okay if me and my friends, and you, we just sit somewhere and I'll tell you everything?
Yes, we will. Once they are inside, we will be able to have a conversation. And she looks over at Mandra in private. Mandra just kind of casually goes, I wouldn't dare stand in the way of young love.
Well, they'll side-eye him. And then return to her full attention to Celia. Shall we?
Yes, look, let us. I have some wine from my home. Let us sit and talk of things which we can talk of.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And she'll get up from her knees, and look at Talon.
Talon's attention will switch across to her right away.
We need to. She'll look back at Celia. Where is it?
Let us sit over there. Talon, you if you can wait, and you get the sensation, Violet, that Celia wants to just spend some time with just you to start with.
Yeah. Then sensing that, Violet will say, "Can you go back to the group and say, we'll find you in a bit because we need to talk."
Yeah, I'll do that.
If anything, I'll send you a message.
Thank you.
Yeah,
He will
thank you.
glance. Sorry, I've forgotten the name of the
Mandra?
tiefling lady.
The tiefling, Simi. No, she's not in the room.
Okay, he'll peek out through the door and see if she's outside.
As you start heading out to the door, Mandrab detaches himself from the wall and says, "I'd best escort you."
Thank you.
Will that leave anyone else in the room?
Yes, there's the large Goliath and the scarred female human.
Okay, fair enough. Is that the best privacy we can get?
For now, yes, but we are just.
Okay.
I just want to know how you are feeling.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wish I could get you alone with me.
We
That's
won't
all.
have time. I have a room
Okay.
here.
Fair enough.
The bed is very comfortable.
Did you see my disguise?
She does a full body flush. I did not realize that it had left such an impression upon you.
Everything you tell me about yourself leaves an impression on me. Shall we sit?
Yes. She sits down and
sorry.
she sits down and takes out a small bottle of wine and pours a glass for yourself and her. So,
Mhm.
what happened? You went to Paraxis and so much occurred.
Yeah. Violet will look around the room at the people there and say, and I really want to tell you more, but we need to be tete-a-tete, you know what I mean?
Then perhaps I will just tell you of what I have been doing since you told me of things.
Please.
I have,
And Violet will reach out and cover Celia's hand with hers, moving the wine away like she doesn't give a fuck about wine. She's just here for Celia.
And Celia begins to sort of give you some brief descriptions of things she's been doing, people she's been working with and working for. And she starts to talk about some of the stuff she's been doing since you told her about those ores. She did manage to secure some of them. And in fact, as you stand there and have a look, you can see on the alchemist's bench that some of the stuff she was working with is with some of those ores that you've been that gave you that strange reaction.
Oh. Violet makes a mental note that those ores are available in the wild.
But as you're having this conversation, Talon, you're taken out into the corridor with Mandrab, who
Okay. Talon's keeping an eye on him. It's not just he's not blindly trusting this man.
Yeah.
He is on alert.
Well, you don't have to keep too close an eye on him because he actually wanders over and slams his arm around his shoulders. So, you work with Wesley then?
Yes.
So Wesley's here. Interesting. Can't help but notice that you're missing a couple people from the group that you turned up in a cairn with.
We parted ways.
Really? Amicable?
Yes. Needs must.
Needs must, eh? It's got anything to do with that plague you lot unleashed?
I think it would be better to discuss that when we're all together.
Really?
Violet would be so proud.
That's a shame. I was hoping to get to know you a touch better, seeing as you might have doomed the world.
You're assuming immediately that we are somehow directly responsible.
You're implying that you're indirectly responsible with that remark. Interesting. This all happened up in Ustium, did it?
Yes.
So you do know something about what's going on.
Yeah. But again, we'll discuss it when we're all together.
Of course. And who are these two new bods you've shown up with?
That's exactly it. New allies. We needed some help.
My ranger threw a fit when he saw yours.
Why's that?
Oh, he's hunted in Krios before.
I see.
How did
Well-
that one end up all the way over here?
That's her tale. But we certainly didn't bring her all the way here just to upset your man.
Oh.
She's been an asset. particularly with
Oh, I don't doubt it. I'd be careful with them. Not the friendliest sort.
needs must.
Well, if you have any needs, I might be able to help fulfill them. Right. Deal.
That's what I was afraid of. Let's get back to the others.
Mandrab smiles. You shouldn't listen so heavily to Violet. She's a suspicious little one.
Well, she has rightly taught me that listening too freely has gotten me into trouble.
You trust her then?
Yes.
That is a dangerous mistake. But we'll find out later, won't we? As he sort of takes out a knife and he begins picking his nails with it.
Talon is just gonna head off down the corridor at this point, assuming Mandrab will want to escort him.
Oh yeah, he's been casually leading you towards the exit.
Sure.
He says, spend a couple minutes, wash your hands, fuck off.
Talon will nod and go basically into one of the stalls at this point.
Yeah. He did wait for a moment outside the doorway leading into the bathroom and looked through a discreetly hidden eye hole to make sure it was empty first.
Yep. But yeah, once he gives you all clear, Talon will follow those instructions, spend some time, and then come out and join the others at the table.
So, before Talon arrives, Onyx, Gardner, Wesley, you three have had some time just sitting there with your various drinks. What would the three of you have been up to?
So, Wesley, what's all this about?
Wesley will actually have been looking a bit vacantly staring at his glass of beer. Then he'll turn to Onyx. Sorry, what?
Who are these people?
I'm definitely not at liberty to say.
You trust them?
I mean, you met Proctor back in Futura.
He seemed like a dangerous man. These are the same people?
They're part of the same group, yes.
So they're a big organization then.
I don't know how far they reach.
But at least all of Paraxis.
I'm gonna kind of lean in slightly and again in a murmur. Careful with your words. We are being observed.
Yeah, no doubt. But I feel like maybe some information would have been nice before we came in here.
Oh,
Yes, but
you should.
speak with care.
Aye. Bit too late to share most of that information now. Besides, Violet wouldn't share the details.
Hmm.
Any case, as long as we behave, nothing will happen.
I know you trust Violet, but I only trust Violet as far as Violet will have a good time. And now she left without us.
Talon
Just
is with
trying
them.
to get some information. But fine, if you don't want to tell me, I guess I'll just sip my drink.
Just know we shouldn't be here. I shouldn't have sent that message.
Oh?
A little
Why
late
not?
for regrets now.
I know.
No. I would like to know why you regret that. Why?
I brought
why not?
Celia in danger.
Right?
I made her travel this way.
But Violet seemed happy to be here.
She mostly looked on edge.
It's not like we came out of our way.
No, but Celia definitely had to.
You say this like you forced her to come, compelled her. You did not.
Have you never said someone to anyone and then they felt like they needed to do something? and that ended up poorly.
Of course. But you shouldn't blame yourself.
I still do. I'm gonna be happy to see her, see if she's okay. Just to
Oh,
ease my mind a bit.
you also care for this person?
She's helped me as well in the past.
I see. One big happy family.
As you make that remark, you see Talon approach the table.
I will
Just
have
Talon?
Just
I will
Talon.
have readopted my disguise before I arrived.
Disguised Talon approach the table.
Smart. How? After
Welcome
Talon,
back, sir.
sits down
How
back.
was the excursion?
How is she doing?
She's all right. She and Violet are talking right now. There's Mandrap's people are watching her.
Oh,
So that means they're probably not gonna discuss in length.
No.
how long have you known Celia?
Well, we've only seen her for how long were we in Hakan? Like a week.
Week or two, yeah, about that.
Hakan is to the
Uh,
south, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Port?
Yeah, we met her in Hakan, but she has been in contact. Well, certainly she's been in contact with Violet, and I guess us indirectly as well as a result of that. And that's been months now.
After Hakan, we traveled up to Ustium, and that's where we met you two.
Via Paraxis.
Yeah.
At this
Yeah,
point, the tiefling who you met before, Simi, comes to you. I believe two of you wanted a private room?
Was we will look at Talon. And
He'll
then
nod.
back to
Talon will glance at Wesley and say, "Take one of the other two for introductions."
I would like to meet her. Violet mentioned she is an accomplished alchemist.
very well.
Simi, you just see, as you sort of say those things, goes, perhaps these are things you should discuss in the private room?
Yes, Wesley will nod. And then stand up.
Was as you stand up, Simi leans in close. We heard everything you said. That means others might have as well. No names.
Of course. Sorry.
Do I hear that?
No, that was just to Wesley. And she starts leading you that way, and then but as she's departing Talon, there's a small note left on the table.
Okay, have a look at it.
With your fledgling common writing, you are able to decipher it, as it's fairly simple. It basically says, wait 5, go to bathroom.
Sure. Okay, is Wesley going with Gardner?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So it's just Talon and Onyx left. Okay. He will...
And then it was just us.
He will slide the note as surreptitiously as he can across to Onyx.
Onyx will palm it.
You can palm it. You have a quick glance at it and quick read. It is basically just wait 5 minutes, go to the bathroom.
Just so it's not. Yeah, Talon wants her on the same level as him. Basically, it's just a case of this is the plan. This is their plan. We'll stick to it, kind of thing.
Yep. Wesley Gardner, you two are led by Simey to a different area in the back. And effectively, once inside, you see Simey sort of shake her head. You need to be more cautious with the things you say. Both of you.
Yes.
Why do I have a feeling that whenever Violet is not there, it's like that? Remember that video when mom's not there and the son and the dad are just like playing? Yeah, exactly.
Both of you, have you been... You obviously haven't been involved in this for very long.
That's
No,
correct.
I was attempting to avoid sensitive details. Is there anything specific I should avoid in future?
Names is always a good start, and try and couch words which are more... that could be taken with multiple meanings. Or just in general, don't say anything if you know you're going to be in a private space later.
Understood. Thank you.
That'll be 10 gold.
Do I get the feeling that she's serious or joking?
She's holding out a hand and looking at you expectantly.
Should the gardener have money? You bought something yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, I really want to say something and I shouldn't.
Yeah, you're not there.
I'm not there. But it wouldn't be in character for Talon anyway.
I'm afraid I do not have 10 gold.
Without any pause, hand goes over to Wesley.
Wow.
What? I didn't ask for information.
Oh. So I guess you owe me a favor then.
Fine. Where's it going?
Oh, this was also a transaction.
Yes.
Ah,
Always
it seems
get
there are...
charged for your advice. I'll let you have that one for free.
It seems many things are transactions in these places.
Would you like me to explain it?
I get the sense that would cost me more, so no.
And thus we see the lesson pays for itself.
Wes will drop 10 gold in the outstretched hand.
She smiles a little bit. Well, I'll leave you, I'll point you in the right way anyway. And she goes to a side wall, which she presses a hidden catch on, which opens into this back room area with the hay bales nailed to the wall. Through there, on the left, your friend is waiting for you.
Wes will look in.
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot you guys exist.
Wes will look in and head on.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Yep. As the door closes behind you, the sound deadens. Onyx, Talon, do you guys do anything, or do you just sort of wait there for a little bit and then head to the bathroom?
Onyx will kind of look at Talon and say, you know, Would you be interested in learning the hand signs of my ranger guild?
Yes, actually, I would. It would make communicating with you out in the wilds very, very handy.
Never told that they were particularly secret, and they are a quick and easy way to communicate.
I'd
It'll make it a
appreciate
lot
that.
easier, yeah.
Okay, can we work on that on the road? Probably here's not a good plan.
Perhaps not here in the middle of the city, yes.
But even if none of the others are interested, I am. It would make us a more effective team if we have multiple ways to communicate.
Silent ways of communication without casting spells.
Absolutely.
Very well.
Okay.
Okay, Tyler will judge the time, and then he'll give Onyx a nod and get up.
Yep. It doesn't, you're not waiting for too long. You head back there. Talon, you do see a few people sort of glance at you as you return to the bathroom for the second time in as many minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't think there's anything sinister for now.
No, it's just a case of what's going on.
Some people just have a small bladder.
Mm.
Getting
Not that
old.
small.
Need to get
Yeah,
your
I was going
prostate
to say, he's an old guy. Leave him alone. He's just
Maybe you need to get that checked.
probably. Anyway,
Could be a prostate
yeah.
issue. So you open up the bathroom. There's a couple people in there, but after a few minutes, they tend to leave. It's not the most pleasant area to hang about in for too long.
No, that's fine. We'll. Yeah. Okay. As soon as the coast is clear, Talon will kind of probably duck into a stall, drop his disguise, and wait for somebody to emerge.
Well, the door you can. After a few moments, you have a chance to open the door on your own, and
Oh, okay. That will see. Okay. Yep, we can do that. So
Yeah.
Talon will lead the way.
Is it a single bathroom for unisex? Because otherwise, I would go to a different one.
no, it's basically got a few stalls and a trough.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant place to hang around in. Talon will take Onyx through the door as soon as the opportunity presents itself.
Yep, you crack open the door, leading inside. Onyx, you recognize the sudden quietness as the sound leaves the place.
Does it sound like it's dampened, or is it pure nothing?
It's dampened, so you can still vaguely hear a few people, like especially when someone makes
No, I
a
just
large
wanted to-
joke.
Yeah, just making sure, just trying to use the sound to make sure that is it magic or
No,
is it just
Monday.
well insulated walls?
Monday, you'd say. As you're sort of heading from one direction, Wesley and Gardner approach from the other direction, and both of you see the door, which you think is supposed to go down.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Talon will head over to it and lead the way in.
Yep, you open up the door. Once again, there is a brief moment, which I suppose Talon, you're the only one really in a perspective to see, as the Goliath figure and the woman pull weapons, and then seeing it's you, Talon, they settle back down again. Mandrab is still in there. Celia and Violet are sitting and drinking some wine and just sharing a small, somewhat intimate moment as they talk and chuckle with each other.
Yep.
And as you arrive, Mandrab finally goes, "Ah, great. So, whole party's here now."
Can I hear that too, or is he
Yeah,
referring to us?
he's speaking to the whole room.
Violet's gonna turn at him, as in, what do you mean?
Means we can go to that little more private place that we've been waiting on. Celia, I assume everything's all right to leave. Won't explode or anything on the table? And Celia goes, "Of course it won't," and then hurriedly extinguishes flame. "Of course it won't explode."
She might be a little bit distracted.
Amazing.
And Mandrab is going to smile a bit at that sort of interaction. and then turn to the large Goliath. Korag, open her up, and this mountain of a figure grunts, gets up, puts down what remains of the flank of meat he's been chewing on, and grabs what appears at any other point to just be a regular part of the floor and hauls upwards, revealing a trapdoor. Well, privacy awaits. Ladies
It's like an
first.
ant house in here. Okay. I'll let Celia go before me.
Celia looks between things and then kind of she sort of grabs her skirts and sort of ties them in such a fashion that she'll be able to descend the ladder a bit easier, and then makes her way down.
So practical.
Yep.
I'm gonna follow.
Yeah, you all sort of make your way down. As Mandrap is about to go down, he turns and goes, "All right, Korug, no offense, you're big and you stink. Stay up here and guard. Lillian, you're with us." And the large Goliath remains there, but the scarred female lady comes with you.
Violet looks a bit disappointed because she heard about privacy with Celia, and now it's like the whole house is following. But she doesn't say anything.
All right. You get below ground, and it's a small domed area. So, just a quick arrangement here, and then I'll let you have your vaunted privacy.
What do you want, Mandarp?
I want to make sure we understand our accounts.
The accounts are, you know, want me and Celia both to owe you something.
Well, Celia's already made an arrangement for a payment, but yeah, you owe me shit.
Will me owing you get her off the hook?
You already owe me.
Oh, fuck me. You owe me too a little bit.
What do I owe you for?
I gave you the red.
That
Free
was
tax
for
on the
services
gauntlet.
rendered, and you weren't in the org at that point, so don't count.
No, it was a gift, actually. I wasn't owing you anything.
Oh, excellent. Then you don't owe me anything. Then I don't owe you anything. So, how do you want to do
Out
this?
with it. What do you want?
Everybody,
How about
leave.
this?
Everybody, back off a second. Celia, I need to borrow that thing. And you see Celia sort of look a bit flinched, and then she hands over one of her rings.
Rings.
One sec. And with a small action, he depresses it. And you feel a kind of muffled sensation pass over your heads. Bit of privacy for you and I.
Violet's gonna look at the rest of the party. Am I to understand that they cannot hear us?
They hear us discussing other things than what we're actually talking about. Bit of a
nice
clever
trick.
spell in that regard. Yeah, cost me a pretty penny, and the deal is I let Celia hang on to it until I need it. And now I need it.
That's
So,
fair enough.
What is it that we are hearing?
What you are hearing is a combination of, how did you find the food in Ustium? Ah, it was lovely.
Okay, yeah, Talon's just like, no way is that like, actually just kind of saying.
Is it just me and Mandarp, or
Just
is it
you and Mandrap.
even Celia is not in it?
Even Celia's not in this one.
Wait, is it Mandarp or Mandrab?
Mandrap.
Mandarp.
Okay.
Violet will look at Celia. Does she look distressed at all?
She looks concerned.
Fair enough. Violet's gonna give her a wink, like try to look reassuring, like I'm good, and then turn back to Mandrap.
Mandrap, yep.
Okay, got it. Nailed it.
Alright. So, simple shit here. I can either be a favour to be named later, or if you let me know where you're heading, I might be able to give you a favour on the way.
The biggest favor I need of you is that you let Celia go home.
This gig in Lorendros is that'll set me up for at least a couple years.
And you're a smart boy. You can do it on your own.
Smart is a relative term. I can run the org, but you asked me to figure out if something's magical or not. My only option is to try and fire it at someone, which can be quite embarrassing at times.
Fuck. How risky is it?
Look, we're going somewhere where I know the person who owns it. We're going to be traveling as officially as I can travel, and I'm going with her, so you better believe I've made it as safe as I can. There's no profit in me to see Celia come to harm.
Right.
Which
Can I
is
know what
the
the
other reason I
endeavor
want.
is?
Only if you owe me another favor.
Fine, if you're gonna be like that. She'll tell me.
That's her
Go
decision.
on then. What do you want from me?
What do I want from you? You know the funny thing about this little thing? It's a bit of a visual illusion as well. So if I tweak this ring a little bit, nobody gets to see what I'm about to do. Then he
it's gonna be
backhands you in the face.
I'm gonna dodge that.
Cool. That is a 25 to hit.
Can I use my acrobatics to sort of like
It's based on your AC.
sidestep? What?
It's based on your AC. This is an attack roll. Attack roll, AC. Your AC is 19. 25 to hit.
So you will not let me engage acrobatics?
Your acrobatics is factored in as a function of your. This is an attack roll. This is combat, a combat roll sort of thing. So he's just slapping you in the face, basically.
Okay, then I'm slapping him.
Sure, go for it. Make a. This will be I suppose a dex-based attack roll. You take 2 points of damage from the backhand.
5.
5. Yeah, he sways out your way. Hang on. That was for getting Celia in this much danger.
Well, it's gonna wipe the blood from her mouth and say, "Fuck you."
Oh, no. Fuck you. You think she's just precious to you? Not only is she a good earner, I promised her father I'd keep her safe. You almost got her fucking killed.
Point.
Look, I don't know exactly what went down. As far as I can work out, one of your idiot friends decided to stick their nose in and almost got her to do something dangerous. I don't even know how fucking dangerous, because no one's giving me the down low on this plague bullshit. All I'm hearing is reports.
You did say to yourself information is valuable.
Yeah, and I'm doing what I can to gather it.
Well, I have it.
How much do you want to part with?
Enough to make you stop playing your fucking games and tell me what you're gonna do in Lorendros.
Deal. I'll give you the down low on what I'm doing in Lorendros. You give me the down low on the plague. And he holds out a hand.
Fine. She'll shake it.
Pretty simple, really. There's a whole bunch of mystical artifacts which should have been transported from Lorendros down to Narantis. Only problem is they sank in the river. Instant with a kraken.
You want to get them
We've already
from
got
the
them.
bottom of the river.
We've had them for a few years now. But they're hard to move. Dangerous. No one really knows what's going on. Had a few people look at them. Don't know the shit. Celia I trust. The others, not so much. conflicting reports over what I can and can't do. So, wanted to get someone I could trust in there to have a look. Someone with experience. That's where Celia comes in. We're going to go there. It's in a syndicate warehouse. I've paid off the guards. She's there for a couple of weeks, probably. Normally speaking, I'd have teleported her back home, but based on current situations, we're in for a long ride.
Right.
Maybe a boat trip. We'll see. I hate the water.
And what do you want from me?
I'd say that statement was worth at least 5 questions. I want truthful answers.
Ask.
Word is it only targets mages. That accurate?
The mages are the ones that you see the plague affecting first. But it will affect everyone.
Right. Figured as much. Never that simple. I've had reports from Ustium and Osterine. How's it spread that far, that quick?
Teleportation circles.
Ah, shit. That's going to cost me a 3rd question, but it's worth the information. So, the circles are actually what's causing the spread, not people.
As far as we know. It can be both. If the people are infected, they might also be a vector.
Alron's claiming Yentris did it. Accurate?
Don't know nothing about that.
Oh, make me a deception roll.
Shit. Alright.
No advantage, you look like yourself.
Oh, damn it. 19.
19. Oh, well, advantage would have been a moot point with that roll.
Sure.
He looks at you for a few seconds.
Staring him dead in the eyes.
Do you have any information which could lead to sorting it out?
Yes.
I know I've used all 5, but I feel this is a good exploratory question. You're planning on giving that up to anyone?
Why should I?
Sounds like Celia's in danger.
What?
Spread 2 mages first. Spread using magical artifacts.
Mandrob, get it through your thick skull. Everyone's in danger. You, me, Celia, everyone in this room, everyone outside.
So
Everyone.
why aren't you planning on giving up the info to someone who might be able to fix it then?
Because I'm the one who might fix it.
Really?
Me and them.
He looks over at Onyx, Talon, Gardner, and Wesley. Them.
Well, it takes the disadvantage.
Oh, love the vote of confidence. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else who could help?
Trying to find them. I have leads. We all do.
Word is Paraxis is involved, especially given how quickly Futura got all clammed up. Anyone over there?
It's Paraxis. They're always clammed up. They hear something on the wind and they shut everything down.
I can see with you, I'm going to need a barrel to pull you over before I can get a straight answer, but I kind of figured that was the case. Where you heading?
His seagulls, Madagascar.
Where I'm
confirmed.
heading.
Yeah.
Why do you need to know that?
I'm concerned.
I mean, you should be. Tell you what, I'll tell you where I'm going next, if you want to help and invest into this operation.
That seems like a very slight piece of information for what corresponds to effectively a blank check.
I love those. Look, it's gonna be really hard to run Syndicate when the world's gonna be empty.
Do you think I run the syndicate?
I don't know. Do you?
No, there's a question that'll cost you. Alright, you have to tell me where you're going. That's your decision. And you know our rules. I can't control what the hell you decide to do, unless it affects my business personally. But if you break her heart, I'll be very upset. She makes me a lot of money.
Then, please, take care of her.
Trust me, love. I've already got enough reason to do that.
Good.
He pauses for a moment and then chucks you the ring. You'll need this when you're having a chat with her. I'm not an evil fuck, to everyone.
Yeah. I figured we don't have to be enemies, right?
Oh, I never considered you an enemy. Stupid, short-sighted, and bloody prickly as a goddamn pear. But such it is. I mean, what else can you expect for someone where you're from?
You know where I'm from.
He smiles a little at that question. Of course I know where you're from.
Amuse me.
He chucked you the ring, right? We can all hear that, right?
No, the you have to
It's still going.
twist the ring to turn it off.
I see.
Oh, I don't need to say anything.
Talk about being prickly.
Comes with the territory.
Yeah, fair.
Okay.
And she'll twist the ring and walk to Celia.
You start heading over there. During this time period, the rest of you, all you've really seen is Mandrab and Violet sort of having a bit of a back and forth, and even Talon by this point has divined the fact that they are. Sorry, lowest wisdom has divined the fact that this is probably some kind of illusion, because you cannot imagine Violet having a conversation like that ever.
Lowest wisdom and my
They can't
wisdom's what,
speak.
12?
Oh, sorry,
They
I meant
can't be-
Wesley. I meant Wesley. Sorry about that.
They can't be talking about the weather for this long.
Yeah. Sorry.
Wesley.
Depends on the weather.
But anything that you would have been doing during this interim period?
Can they hear us? Do they? I suppose
No,
they're-
it's
they're-
No,
both
we have
both
no
ways.
idea. Yeah, but we wouldn't know.
That too.
I guess I would have
is
asked
it just us?
Celia what's going on.
They're
Just like stand
There.
close to her and whisper it to her.
having a private conversation.
There's so many layers to this.
The organization
He's paranoid.
Sometimes are more secretive than they need to be.
I agree. Are you alright?
I am scared.
Yes, I can only apologise for my part in all of this.
I didn't know if anyone needs to apologize. It's me. I'm sorry to have caused you.
She has
this
been
way.
angry at you, hasn't she?
Well, either way, Wesley and I made the decision to contact you together.
No. Please. She may be angry with you, but I am thankful. I would have rather known.
That's what I thought, but everyone seems to disagree with that.
I love Violet. She is protective, and she sort of looks over at Violet, or the illusionary image of Violet at this point, and goes, I fear she has lost in the past. It made me worried when I found that Beric and Gromdal were not here. To have lost again. She cannot be herself right now. She is defending herself. I
For
hope.
what it's
After you.
just for what it's worth, I'm doing everything I can to look after her.
I know you are. You have a good heart. So does Violet. It is
So,
buried under several
you're
layers
Celia,
of
huh?
cynicism, but it is a good
you're
heart.
Sorry, Onyx, you were trying to say something?
No, I thought you guys were done, but there was more description coming, so I interrupted. My bad.
Yeah. What were you gonna ask, Celia?
No, I was just gonna say, Onyx wants to be part of the conversation and not just sit there being a quiet ghost. So
I
he
mean,
says,
Okay.
"What?
Okay.
Can't
Right. Read it first. Yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, it's just, so you're Celia then. I've heard a lot about you.
Yes. And you are.
I have heard nothing about you.
No, Onyx will smile. Onyx,
This room is private, yes?
To a degree. Sorry. Who are you?
Was he's going to look at the scar-faced henchwoman of Mandrap? To a degree, yes.
The
Should
scarred woman glares back at you in a kind of "Why are you looking at me?" kind of glance.
should
So-
we be using names here, or should that wait for later, more privacy?
even more privacy.
Everyone here knows who I am.
No, you owe me 10 gold for that lesson.
Who are you talking to?
To Garner.
Of course. The next time we have gold,
Oh,
Onyx looks like she's about to say something, then she has a moment where she like looks at Gardner, and then her face goes rigid for a second, and then she looks back at Celia. And then she
Talent.
says, "Sorry."
Carry on.
And she says, "So, are we going to be introduced? Who are these people? Who are you, really?"
I don't know what you mean. I'm Celia.
Mm-hmm. A lot of secrecy for somebody who's just Celia.
She kind of draws herself back a little bit. All I know of you is your name.
That's fair enough. But I'm not obligated to keep secrets if I'm not told what things are secrets.
I do not know what you are asking of me.
Guess we'll wait until they get back.
Look, they are Violet's allies at this point. So,
From the way we were told, I assumed we would be meeting in a pub, just as friends. This is a whole extra level I wasn't expecting.
mhm.
I kind of feel put in the middle of it. And nobody seems to want to tell me anything.
If you do not know anything, then you cannot reveal anything.
I suppose that's true.
Before I turn off the ring, may Violet please prestidigitate the blood away from the lip.
Yeah, it's a quick thing. Manra hit you in such a fashion where it was just like, he wasn't trying to cause damage, he was trying to cause pain.
Yeah, good. No, I just want to, like, so it's not visible.
Yeah. And all of you sort of notice as this image of Violet and Mandrav kind of flickers a bit, and then Violet is suddenly holding the ring. And as you're heading over, Mandrav to say, that is a loner.
A loner?
I will expect it back.
Oh, right. Yeah. Gotcha. Heading towards Celia.
Celia's going to come over and maybe an insight roll here, Violet.
Okay. Insight. I'm proficient in Celia, may I add? Okay, it's 16.
16. That's proficient, and Celia's gonna come in very often when you come in here, Celia, I think.
Going around months.
Yeah. As you kind of look over, and Celia is, she does turn and greet you, but as you're approaching, she seems to be looking at Onyx with a kind of a taken aback expression, like sort of, I don't really know what you're about.
Oh, she's gonna, like, follow her gaze, see Onyx, then come back to her and say, she's been not nice to you, huh?
No, it is, I do not think she enjoys the cloak and dagger.
I think she's just mad that I tried to kill her.
That's a bit ironic.
Why did you
Doesn't
try
help.
and kill her?
Oh, that's a long story, but we have the time.
Is this? And you see her sort of catch herself before she says something, and then just sort of nod and go, yes.
We should
Well,
probably
didn't-
start from the beginning.
Yeah, we should all have a set, because I'd love to discuss this with everyone.
Hang on. Celia turns. Mandrab, I need the room. And Mandrab sort of goes, oh, so dramatic. Lillian, and he sort of snaps his fingers at the mage, who finally takes her eyes off at you lot and then turns back to him. We're going to let them have a little bit of time to catch up. Come on, we need to go see Balshar anyway.
Have we heard that
What does
name before?
Mandrab look like? Because I don't think I remembered his description.
Mandrab is about bit under 2 meters tall, about 5'10", something like that. He's an older gentleman. You'd say probably mid to late 40s. You'd think. Completely shaved head, bald, cue bald, male, human. Sort of very flat, dark eyes. Generally wearing sort of fairly well cut leather armor. And he never seems to have any absence of knives. He's got a full bandolier and several on his belt. And those are the ones you can see.
Right.
Yeah. He takes Lillian and goes out and goes, I'll shut the door. And no, you have not heard the name Balshar before. That's a new one.
Okay.
Is there a place to sit in this room?
Yes, there's a table and several chairs. The chairs are mostly stacked up, but you can sort of pull them down and have a seat. It's fairly cozy, all things considered, but and I'd say Gardner and Onyx, you've got the sharpest eyes. You would probably notice that there is also bloodstains on the floor.
Lovely.
I was about to comment on it, but apparently the people who didn't see said lovely.
No, I think that was more Lochte
That was a
and
meta.
Sanakin, so if you want to reference it, you got to reference it.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Let's not dwell.
Well, you might reference it. I mean, it makes sense that Onyx might bring it up.
Is that blood?
Is that blood on the floor? What happens here?
This is... there are rooms like this in Syndicate strongholds. Normally it is an area where you can have a conversation in private or do something else in private.
Something bloody in private.
We are not angels.
No, you can say that again.
I suppose.
So, this room is private now, truly?
I mean, we can make it extra private, and Violet will switch the ring on.
Yep, a small dome-like feeling just washes over you.
So
Useful.
what does this do exactly?
It is a charm. It disrupts the words coming out of our mouths, but it is not perfect.
Did you make it?
Oh yes, of course. Anything Mandrap has which is magical, I probably made, or my
You're
father
so
did.
brilliant.
Is this what we were
This is
seeing
amazing.
before?
Yeah. That was just nonsense.
Yeah. Celia blushes a little as Violet calls it amazing.
Aw.
It is just a trinket, but it is not perfect. There are ways of seeing through. It is but temporary things. Also, it only now has one use left. It only has 3 a day.
Oh, we better hurry then.
Yes.
In that case, my name is Gardner. It is good to meet you.
Thank you. I am Celia. I am from Akan, where I met, well, Violet, Wesley, and Talon, and are Beric and Grumdar okay?
They
Yeah.
left.
Well, they decided to stay in Ustium.
Good riddance, I say.
You see Celia look concerned as she sort of draws Violet in and hugs her a little tighter and goes, "It's all right. You can be upset that they went. You don't have to be
I'm not
strong in front
upset.
of me."
I'm not strong. I'm mad. And, I decide not to forgive them.
Well, then in that case, they are gone from my eyes as well.
No, I don't. You don't have to do that. I can be mad at people alone. That's fine with me. Just listen to everything we learned, okay? Because I feel like you can make more out of this than any of us.
I will do everything I can. And
All right.
rather than having you recap everything, if you want to paraphrase things, we'll assume that you had a proper discussion about it. Yeah.
Violet will take out all the papers. Then she will take out all the ores and the goo. And she will explain to her everything that we know. Everything that happened on the way to Ostium. Everything that happened on the way back. She will not hide anything. And she will... the only thing she will not say awfully much about will be Yentras.
Okay, so given that you're absenting some information, can you give me a brief synopsis of what you would sort of reveal regarding interest?
She will tell her about Yentras. She will not mention the vampire thing.
Right.
And she will only say that she gave us the notes back and gave us a couple of clues that could help us figure this out before she disappeared.
Are you?
I don't want to lie to her. I just want to admit some things
Oh,
that
that's
might put her in more danger.
Are you telling her that Yentris was the one that unleashed the plague?
No.
Okay. Are you pinning that on anyone?
I'm pinning it on. Fuck, no, I can't. I don't want to lie to fucking Celia. I'll tell her that she was the one responsible.
Okay.
The one time you don't only have 25 words. Here come 25,000 words!
So Bart is obviously the one saying all of these things. Onyx Gardner, you've probably heard snippets of the synopsis before, but this is possibly the most detailed that Violet has ever gotten on these sorts of things.
Onyx is not quite making notes, but she's definitely keep paying attention.
Okay.
Good info to have.
Tal and Wesley, obviously you were there for pretty much all of these things, so this is a recap for both of you.
Okay.
Is there anything you think that either of you might add or interrupt or interject?
Probably not, but Talon is definitely taking a note that she isn't being honest with Celia about what happened with the Empress.
Okay.
The only thing I didn't say was embarrassing.
Well, it seems pretty significant to Talon, but he's not saying a word.
Okay.
He's not saying a word.
Yeah.
He is
Aw, thank
he's
you.
noting that down and underlining it 3 times at the back of his brain for the moment.
That's fair.
This is only so that I can basically make a roll to see if she identifies that you're hiding anything from a Violet. But can I have a deception roll?
From Talon?
No, from as in Celia is going to make an insight roll. You're going to make a deception. You're hiding things, but this is just to check if she notices.
Oh,
I don't
but
want to
does
lie
she
to
get-
Celia.
You're not lying.
you-
You're
does-
omitting.
You're omitting
Okay,
information.
Fair
What
Does
are
she
you
get the plus
saying
5
about-
for being proficient in Celia?
What are you saying about Yentris's fate?
Oh, not good. 13. I said that she gave us the papers,
And left.
told us, gave us the clues on how to solve it, which is basically the notes on the papers, and wished us good luck and pissed off.
This all sounds very harrowing, and to think that anyone would unleash such a devastating thing. What of... And she gestures towards Onyx and Gardner. How are they involved?
I don't know. They just wanted to come along, and I couldn't get rid of them.
Are they dangerous? You've tried to kill one of them.
No,
very
that one
dangerous.
let me put a noose on her, and Gardner is just sort of a nerd.
I am not familiar with that word.
Look, Gardner's expertise may be very, very helpful to us
Yeah.
for solving the issue with the plague.
Are they... And she's going to look at Gardner for a few seconds. Are they some kind of alchemist?
Alchemist, naturalist. Well, from Ternopil. So the intersection of magic and nature there is unusually strong.
Remember when I projected in spirit somehow to you?
Yes, the Oris, you told me.
Yeah, that happened during Gardner messing with the oars. So that's what they do.
What further steps have you and Wesley done to investigate this?
Wars aren't my main area of expertise, I'm afraid. But
Oh, hello, Haunting.
back
by the way.
when hello, back when Violet and Garner were doing the experiments, Wesley Had a look at it with detect magic, I think.
So did I actually.
Yeah.
But that was weeks ago.
We've been.
Dragon babe.
Further
I-
study will necessitate the examination of Violet's Illyrium form, which could prove problematic at the moment.
She was not in Illyrium form when she was seen by me. Was she in Illyrium form on your end?
Certainly, there is a strong interaction between the ores, the ingredients, and her blood, her magic, and
I thought I died. It
She
was
did.
kind
she did enter Illyrium form
of... didn't.
shortly before projecting.
I don't remember if she was in that form or not when it happened. Can I
So
Yes,
roll
the,
intelligence to jog my memory?
The Almagium towards her.
the what?
One of the, well, not really an ore, a combination, an amalgamation of all of the
Amalgam,
different
not Almagian.
Look, we've got an example of it right in front of us. We'll indicate it.
Yes, I am aware of this. The only one that I could not find was the Almigium. That was that
There it is.
Yes, thank you, my heart. Yes, I see. But so you are saying you have done no further experimentation upon this?
Garner was distracted by a mushroom for a few days, then they turned into a mushroom, then they were blue, and this entire time they were useless.
Also, I
Wow.
believe
Yikes.
you've kind of needed more of a lab situation, my understanding was.
This is. I had hoped I
Yeah,
would have more
I-
to go on.
I will take out the notes that I made on the process of experimentation with Violet.
Right. Okay. She.
Upon being completely ignored, Onyx will just kind of squint and then look the other way.
Sorry, lots of people were talking. What did Onyx say?
No, it's fine. No.
No, tell me
yeah,
what
the
Onyx said.
No, it's in
She's
character.
ha-
She's been
it's
in
in
character.
character.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
she
Not ignored by you, Lochte. It's fine.
You see Celia just snatch the notes out of Garner's hand and start flipping through them.
Mhm.
This is.
Do you need anything from me? Do you need blood? Do you need
I
me to
need.
hold
I need you.
the hold vials?
I have been.
I
And
need
these
you too.
things. And,
Oh, right.
And I have. No, I also need you in that way. And another way later tonight. I have been doing my own experimentation with some of the samples you gave me before you left.
Oh,
And I have.
what did I give her?
You gave her some of your hair and you gave her some of your blood.
Oh, okay.
Was this pre or post vampiring?
This was pre-vampiring.
Okay.
How would it be post?
Yeah, it's just.
That'd be very strange.
Well,
What you didn't
that's
know
what-
was that Violet can teleport and has been doing it every evening.
She's been
I-
mailing vials of blood to her
No, that's
camp.
fine.
Yes, until blood for the blood god and hair for the hair god.
I
Sorry.
was just asking the question
No,
to
it's
straighten
fair.
my brain
It's
out.
fair. It's
It's
fair.
all good. It's all
It's
good.
fair. Yes, I have been doing some experimentation with this. I have seen some of the reactions. I have been, and I have located something I should talk to you about later, privately.
Of course. Yes, anything.
But I have been, and you see her sort of smile casually, and she reaches into one of her coat pockets, which you notice that way more of her arm goes into this coat pocket than
Right.
should do.
It's full of tricks.
I have been making this, and she pulls out. At first glance, you think for a moment it's a gauntlet, but then you notice it's actually kind of more like a series of bracelets, interconnected.
It's pretty.
with
What is this?
I was intrigued as to the various reactions of the auras, your blood, and apparently some kind of spell as a focus. I think that your magic may be linked to some of the fundamental forces. So it is kind of like when there is a child and growing inside a person, they are small and then they become larger and but they have, it is one thing that can become many different things, if you know what I mean. You know,
Not very well versed in anatomy.
part of it becomes the arm, part of it becomes a leg, part of it becomes the head,
Sure.
the eyes, those sorts of things.
All right.
I think your magic may be like that. It may be.
Oh.
And because of that, I believe that by focusing it through these, and she points at the compartments, and you see that on one side you've got some of the ore, and on the other side you've got another part of the ore, and they can kind of be twisted to form a connection. I believe if we use these, you may be able to have greater control over the changes that these put upon you.
Oh. You think so?
I hope so, because, and you see, I
put it
reach
on me.
across and stroke your hair. I'd love to see you more often.
What are you saying? This will allow me to see you?
In the same way that you saw me the first time.
It can trigger that
That's amazing.
projection.
Possibly. It is all experimental, and it will require me to peruse these notes and go further on them, but it is what I
Put
have
it
been
on me.
working on. It is not finished yet, my love. But
Oh.
if we experiment, then perhaps I can at least try and get parts of it working before I
Of
must
course.
go off with Mandrap.
Do you need the ores? You can keep them.
I have
probably.
the ores. The only thing I do not have is the amalgam.
Here.
I called
Take
in
it.
some favors with some suppliers and had the ores delivered. I found out more of this Leferios family. They were
You did? Tell me.
torn fragments. They were at some point they were a very respected family of Maguses before the war. In fact, they kind of tried to set up their own smaller version of the chain within Hashlia at the time. Make it a country of magic. But when the war happened, and they were heavily struck upon, they resisted stronger than any other nation, and they paid the price for it. They were crushed beneath the heel of the Empire. The warlike, bad parts of the Empire. I'm sure not all of the Empire is like this. It is just
It sucks, baby. It sucks here, okay?
yes.
I'm sorry.
But either way, it is a excuse they have now for the hatred of mages. But those that were left after the war were driven out, their family lands destroyed, their power stripped from them. I feel if the Feridos family had been in Narantis or Hakan or Paraxis, they may now have been one of the more powerful families within the chain. But as it stands, they were destroyed.
But I thought they were from Paraxis.
No,
No?
they were from Hashlia, ancestrally.
Oh. What were they doing in Paraxis? Trying to establish the chain.
The chains from Narantis, just as a reference. No, from what I can work out from what you said, their tools were taken to Paraxis, various magical trinkets and the like. I think
From what we heard about them in Paraxis, they were kind of a joke.
I feel that may be one of the situations where history has led to that. With their name destroyed by the Hashlians, no one would defend them. Their accomplishments were given to other families they were disgraced.
Do you know any names? Do you know where exactly they hail from in Hashlia? Anything?
I tried to find that out, but they have been expunged anywhere of Hashlia. So all the information comes from other nations.
Fair enough, yeah. It's okay.
I
We'll
will-
find them.
I will continue doing what I can. She leans in close. Perhaps when I am in Lorendros, I'll be able to find out more there.
Maybe don't stick out your neck like that, because I don't know who is out looking for them, aside from us.
You think there are others?
I don't know. I just don't want you to risk it.
She smiles a little. I have to take some risks. That's part of my job. I do not want you to take risks either, but you seem to be rushing headlong into the lion's fangs.
I have to save this stupid world that you're in.
I have to save the world too.
Fine.
You hear a small chime as love runs through everyone.
If I may, how long are you going to be here?
Maybe a day, maybe two. It is not safe to stay in one place for too long. Not with Mandrab. He hates leaving Hakam. Almost as much as he hates the water.
Water? He hates water?
Can't stand it. I am aware he
Damn.
lives at the port.
DM,
He's a weird man.
Is the water vampire thing a thing in this world?
Make me, I suppose it would be an Arcana or a History roll?
Okay, dokie.
This is the point where I missed knowledge dungeoneering.
History. Let's go with history.
Vampires would be
Um,
knowledge into engineering.
Oh, I guess religion also would have counted now I think about it. 10.
Yeah, they're undead. It would be religion.
Yeah, possibly religion. Like I said, religion would have counted as well.
It's the same
yeah.
bonus.
With a 10, you have a quick. You try and peruse your mind on that sort of front, but I wouldn't say that the vampire thing would have sprung to your mind with a 10 thing. Just sort of, oh, that's weird. He doesn't like water.
That's completely fair. Okay. Well, thank you for providing me with at least one of his weaknesses.
No, it just splashed some water in his face.
How much of the magical ores do you have? How much have you managed to acquire?
I have several crates. It is not often mined and it is not useful. It was just a matter of logistics to get it here.
And you have these crates here?
Yes.
Would you mind if we took some more samples so that we have more material to experiment with?
I do not know if I want you to be experimenting on Violet.
This is what resulted in the projection phenomenon.
Well, just sort of gonna look at Celia, then look at Gardner, look at Celia, and just not say anything.
If a child trips over and accidentally stabs an assassin, that does not make them an assassin.
Looks for a very bad assassin if he couldn't dodge that, though.
We are attempting to better understand her condition, her magic.
Yes, I think it would be better if I did that.
Yeah, either way.
He's calling you an amateur gardener.
Look, if Gardner has more materials, she doesn't need to experiment on.
They.
They don't need to experiment on Violet. They. would
Nobody's
just
gonna experiment on me.
No, but it would just require the same things you have. blood here?
I think you should focus your experimentations upon yourself. I know of Ternopil. I know of the people that live there, and I know of what is done. You might be willing to live with the sacrifices which they take in order to survive. I do not wish you to inflict them upon Violet.
What?
Sacrifices?
It is
Do I have
very-
any idea what she's talking about?
Do I?
You probably not, Violet. Gardner.
Have I met any people from Ternopil outside from Gardner?
You've met a few. Unless you've actually gone into. I don't think you've gone to Ternopil itself, so you wouldn't know.
No, just the
as
edges
far as
guarding our
yourself,
territory.
Gardner, that's a bit of an interesting question because it's one of those whole situations on. I would say you probably don't know exactly what she's talking about, but then again, it's one of those things where this is what people say of Ternopil rather than what happens in Ternopil kind of situations.
To what
Do I know what's being said about
sacrifices
Chernobyl?
do you refer?
Ternopil is a hard place, and they are willing to make sacrifices. They are, even if the earth shifts, the roots stay strong. That works when you have no resources, but there is no need to put Violet in such danger.
I'm not in danger.
I feel you misunderstand that saying. It is community, it is cooperation that keeps people strong, keeps everyone alive. A single tree alone, it will fall. In the experimentation we ran before, I took a sample of Violet's blood initially to test with. We discovered some unusual interactions with her Illyrian form. But there is an inherent danger to not knowing, to ignorance.
Wait, actually, has Violet called it that outside of meta?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
So maybe say
Sorry,
her blue form.
her blue magical form.
How about this? We'll stay here for 2 days. If you'll allow us. And I'll let you do anything you want to me. And then Gardner doesn't have to do anything.
Wow.
You see Celia sort of. It's kind of an interesting thing. She is still kind of cautiously looking at Gardner, but she does flush a little as Violet makes that statement. Yes. I trust what I know, and I thank you for your notes, but I will take over from here.
All professional rivalry is strong with this one.
Mhm.
I would be grateful to share any knowledge that we gain. After all, our expertise seems to be in slightly differing fields. I am not much of a crafts person. That's indicating the bangles and the ring. But the study of nature, of life, of magic, I am well versed in. And besides, it is easier to run tests when you are not separated by half a continent. I will be on the road with Violet. I assure you, I do not
What are you
intend to take
doing?
any undue risks, but this is a complex phenomenon that we have only just begun to study. Of course, if you can solve all the mysteries in 2 days, I will be extremely impressed.
Then I guess you'll be extremely impressed.
Well, I guess we'll all be extremely impressed. How about we go start now, since we don't have much time? What is going on?
Hold on.
Yes.
Onyx is smiling, looking at Gardner, talking themselves into a knot.
Celia, what do you know of the creation of the gauntlet?
What do you mean?
This thing.
Why are you asking about that now?
We have. Sorry.
It was made sometime after the end of the war. There was, from what I have been told in my lessons of history, there was question of what was affectionately referred to as the mage problem. With people advocating extermination, people advocating exile. Some kind of attempts were made to, for lack of a better term, neuter those with the gift. Remove it from the bloodlines.
Do you know how?
None of them succeeded. It was all... Most of them ended in death. The gauntlet was manufactured by the chain. It was seen as the best compromise that could be given at the time. Not that many mages were given a choice. She taps her own gauntlet. Mine's real. I went to the chain, and it may have saved me somewhat of the knowledge I gained there. I use to this day, but it marks me. It's not even the tax, it is the mark. The knowledge that you are different.
Well, it will touch Celia's arm just above where the gauntlet ends. Can we get that thing off of you?
She smiles and looks at you. If I were like yourself, Violet, if I were traveling, if I were free, like a bird, then I would do this in some way. There are methods, but with my shop, with where I live, with how I move, right now, this may be a cage, but it is one that protects me, as well as holds me. But someday.
You don't know how it was made, do you?
That is not knowledge that would be given out, really. Not something I have studied either. I would not make a gauntlet even if I knew how.
Does she seem truthful about not knowing?
Make me an insight check.
From what we understand, they don't know either. They use it, but they don't know what powers the technology, how exactly it all works.
Well, someone must know to produce more.
They just mindlessly following some designs.
Wesley, you don't think she's lying.
Okay.
Well, are we done talking?
Almost. There is one question that I must know.
Okay.
Are you truly going to Ashlia?
Yes.
It is our only lead, Gurney.
She holds you tight. Please. It is not like Hakan. It is not like even Ustian. You will be in so much danger.
I'm good at what I do. I promise nothing is going to happen to any of us.
She pulls back a little bit and looks you in the eyes. And you can see a little bit of sadness in there. You can't make me that promise. It is a promise I know you can't keep. But I know you will try to.
On my heart, I'll do what I can. You know that?
Okay.
Locked, mate, you're not
Or we
muted.
can hear that.
My soul. I will keep you close, even when you are far away.
Plus, hopefully we'll not linger. We'll get what we need and we'll get out of the way. I only heard nasty things about Hashlia. I don't plan on staying.
She nods her head. We should probably get some meal and then, with your
Meal?
permission, food.
Okay. Okay.
And then, with your permission, Violet, and
Yes?
at that she glances and almost glares at Gardner and Wesley, and only with your permission, perhaps we should experiment further with this ore.
Of course. Yes. Anything. Are you not exhausted from what you were doing before we arrived?
What I was doing before was working on this thing for you, so...
I take up so much of your time. I'm sorry.
From what I can work out, you are trying to cure this plague for me, so it is mutual.
Fair enough.
And she's gonna sort of sit there and just gently touch heads with you, and then whisper in your ears. Not like these two blindly flailing at you with their unproven techniques, but if you
Was
wish...
he looking very guilty right now?
He is not. She's
No.
whispering this into
I
Violet's
know,
ear.
but when she glared at him,
Yeah.
that's when he started looking guilty.
But if it is your wish that I involve them, I will.
I mean, it can be like back in the day, just you and I.
I
But-
will.
You know, I don't understand any of it. They at least know something. If you say no, I'll go with it.
Maybe an insight check about it.
Okay. I'm 13. But I'm proficient in Celia.
Well, your proficiency in Celia does reveal that she's warring with a few different emotions here. It's a kind of like, I need to protect Violet, but at the same time, they might know something, but at the same time, they're amateurs. Sort of whole bunch of conflict, and I think you kind of get the sensation that she was wanting you to make a decision for her. You know, like if
okay.
Violet says it's okay, then I'll do it. But finally, after a little bit of struggle, she goes, perhaps they can at least clean the glassware.
Violet will give her a kiss for that and say, well, then so be it. But I still want you alone.
Trust me, we
after
have all
this.
night.
Good.
Okay. All right. So with that, the ring, which has been making a bit of a tinging noise for a little while now, you deactivates, and you see Celia go. So, should we find somewhere to eat?
Yes, please.
Yeah. We haven't had anything today.
And with that in mind, perhaps this would be a good point to take a quick. Be right back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
I think it's
please.
for a break.
Cool. So we shall have a quick
Get a
break
coffee, go to the
and
bathroom.
then come back with some more table tales. So stay tuned, guys. We'll only be about 5-10 minutes, and we should see you soon.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
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 And we're back. Thanks everybody for hanging around. We have returned from our short break and back into the world of Table Tales.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
What?
So, when we left off, they just Party and Celia had just gone to have a nice meal. You find yourself back into the main area of the pub, having a meal of meat and potatoes. How strange that would be the thing that you're getting in this particular area. And thanks for
That
and yeah, as you then start to do that, it becomes a time where the group splits into two different distinctive ones. Gardner, Wesley, Violet, and Celia. The three of you make your way into the back room.
Why is the music? Why do I hear boss music?
And you begin to make your... Oh, this is a bit more... I was hoping for just basic science music. They never give me basic science music.
Yeah, it was like Celia's tools assemble themselves into a giant transformer and attack us.
Yeah,
Not quite
that was science
that
experiment
bad.
gone wrong.
It reminds me of the Portal soundtrack. I think it was subtitled "Music to Do Science by."
Oh dear.
Well, either way, as the three scientists and the I wish I had the rights for the Doom's music. I wish I could use any music I wanted to, because there's so many musical tracks that would be great in this. But alas, we are not stuck with what we're licensed with.
Yep.
But yes, as you begin to go back there, you begin to perform various different scientific techniques. Probably one of the first things that happens is, with the amalgam now in tow, Celia performs several different complex techniques involving a device that she was working on when you first arrived, Violet. And what you see is she is able to duplicate the amalgam, produce it from a combination of the ores.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt here, but there was something that I wanted Talon to message Violet about.
Okay.
When you get the opportunity to send her a message without the rest of the group seeing.
Feel free.
He would send her a message to say, I'm still concerned about what happened the last time you transformed. Will you talk to Celia about it? That is what he's going to send to Violet after they've stepped away.
Violet will reply if it'll come up.
Okay, he will simply send, I think you should make it come up.
You get back. Ugh. Okay.
Yes, Mom.
That's good enough for Talon. He just wants it to be safe, and that has been bothering him for some time. He wants Celia in on it, so that's good. That's fine. That's my interjection.
Okay.
Like Gardner was definitely going to mention that, because I mean, the potential danger of that was the reason there hasn't been more experimentation on the road so far.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you. Okay. So you have that quick back and forth, Violet, with Talon. And you see her duplicate this. She basically puts in an equal amount of each different element, and then utilizing a small portion of the amalgam, she is able to use it to catalyze and create a larger amount of amalgam. And she says, "Yes, as I had considered, I was attempting to do this in various different ways, but the exact process escaped me. However, by utilizing the amalgam itself, I can force the combination." It was Yes, this is good. I believe it will be necessary for the finished construction of, well, I'm not sure what we will call this yet, but we have the whole evening to come up with names.
Sounds good to
The
me.
amalgam is required to make more amalgam?
I believe there may be a method of making it without amalgam to start with, but this acts as a cat. Are you aware of what the catalyst is, Wesley?
Oh, of course, it's an ingredient that speeds up a process or binds into the process temporarily.
But is not used up by it, yes.
Yes.
Good. Science!
Wesley's using with his chemistry knowledge.
I was so expecting you to say, "Oh, it's what we use to cast magic, like my sword."
That's what Talon would say.
Quite possibly.
The amalgam did appear to have a substantial stabilizing effect on the mixture we tried before.
Yes, it is because it is an inert form of something else. So, we should make these experiments differently. I have been creating some of these, and you see Celia reach again into a pouch and pull out a small sort of number of indistinct blobs, like roughly the size of a closed fist. They don't seem to have anything on them, but then as she puts them down, they move slightly, and you can see small mouths and like very vestigial limbs.
Okay.
These are things that I utilize when experimenting on biological creatures, because it is a terrible idea to experiment on the subject itself. Those
I am a
words-
biological creature.
Yes. Very good, my soul.
Violet is like way over her head. She doesn't understand any of this, what's going on. She usually just sits and distracts Celia when there's just two of them.
These are some homunculi which I created. By imparting some of your blood, my darling, into them, they will act as a representation. And then we can place in the various different ingredients and then inject some of your own essence of mysticality inside of them. It would have to come from you. Of course, it could not come from myself. That's different. And then we will be able to judge the results. But we'll have to prepare these, so that will take a little bit of time.
These become... Sorry, I interrupted.
Sorry, what did Violet say? And then Violet, then Wesley. That order.
Violet said anything you need.
Yep. And Wesley?
Will these become like magical constructs?
They are magical constructs, but they are biological magical constructs.
They're very interesting.
Do they feel?
If they do feel, it is difficult to attain, but they are the most humane method of experimentation which I possess, which could still utilize biological treatment. They are as insensitive as I could do. They have no nervous system to speak of.
When do I cut my hand?
No, darling. Please. And you see her get out a selection of needles for drawing blood, and she just looks at Wesley, shakes her head, looks at Gardner. Do you know how to use these?
Yeah, I have been doing this for over 50 years. Yes, I am familiar with drawing blood.
Good. I will judge you.
Okay.
And then she says, draw some blood, carefully. And then she goes back to fussing over the homunculi and preparing them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will very carefully, giving it kind of my steadiest hand, draw some blood from Violet.
Okay.
Careful when pricking her. I once pricked myself on the spindle of a spinning wheel. It was not a pleasant experience.
Okay. Make me a medicine check. Because you're using proper tools, you have advantage. And you're basically looking for above a 10.
22.
Hey, not
Nice.
bad.
Oh, thank goodness that wasn't with disadvantage. Like, I know what I'm doing.
Well-
Snaps needle in Violet's arm. Shit.
And Violet just goes, "Oh, you're in so much trouble."
Oh dear. But yes,
I'm just because I'm trying to like make a good impression here. I'm throwing my Celia knowledge on that.
fair enough. Okay, yes, it's
My Celia. Oh,
oh dear.
Oh no!
Our
Some
Celia.
contamination.
So you take it, and effectively the way these vials works fairly simple. You do the initial injection, and then you it's got a small valve on it, so you swap the vials round rather than having to stab Violet each time, which would be. I mean, I don't care how good you are with needles. After you've been stuck more than 3 times, you're not going to be good with needles at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I once had to do an experiment where I had to take multiple samples from a finger pricker. I got stabbed in the finger over 20 times. I was not a happy man by the end of that one.
No, that just sounds awful.
Lots of nerves in the fingers.
yeah.
Anyhow,
Worst place to take blood from. Ow.
yeah. Anyhow, so you take these samples. At the same time, Wesley, Celia sort of gets you into separating out the samples of the ores and the amalgam for the homunculi, and effectively you're labeling them as well. So these are the different types of ores used, and then different levels of spell, as it were, as in spell slot, which is cast into it, and then also there's a focusing agent, which is the original purpose of the spell, which Violet is going to be focusing into these homunculi and seeing what happens. Okay. This takes some time, obviously, so if there's anything you guys would like to discuss while you're doing all these things.
I would just from time to time, like, give Celia a little massage on the neck so she doesn't, when she concentrates too much. Just trying to tend to her, and you know.
She does take your hand in hers as you touch her neck and just strokes it a little bit as well.
Mm-hmm.
How did you create these homunculi? It's a very effective solution.
I took an element of protospheric material, which I had created by a combination of blood, which I extracted from some of the local goats, and utilized some Moondrop's blessing. From that, I then created a networking construct of artificial flesh made out of a combination of Quintas ore. I stopped at the step of using the copper wiring to simulate the nervous system because I thought it would be unfortunate to cause pain. And then I imbued it with mystical magics.
Oh shit.
That is impressive.
Thank you. You did not screw up drawing blood.
As I said, I have been doing this a very long time.
You do not appear to match your age. Are you... You also do not appear elven. So have you also been a subject of the surgeon?
The surgeon?
You do not know of the surgeon?
The
I-
surgeon.
Do not. Who is the surgeon?
As you ask that question, there's a moment where Celia's eye sort of drifts away. I was told of the surgeon when I was younger by my father, a dark figure of Ternopil. It is said when you have no other option, when there is nothing that you are unwilling to do. Nothing that you... No risk you're unwilling to take, no price you're unwilling to pay. You can go to the Surgeon of Tenople, and he will save you. You will live.
Does he hope that you'll live well?
That does not concern them.
Is that the guy from your talking orb?
What talking
Possibly.
orb?
We have a recording crystal. Around 12 hours worth of notes, lectures, research from the man who saved me. But I know very little else. I did not go to him. He found me. This could be the man, the surgeon of whom you speak. I have transcribed the entire thing. I could get you a copy if you like.
I think that would be... Is it also to do with the plague?
It appears to
We
be related.
We don't know that.
found this a clue leading to this crystal in the books that were mentioned in the notes.
Certainly, he demonstrates expertise in the kind of fields that you would need for manufacture of an arcane plague.
Is there anyone
Or at
else in
least
the room?
someone who was involved in it, but that doesn't have to mean that it connects to the plague itself, right?
Yeah, it is uncertain.
Either way, it is... The stories that have been told of the surgeon, there are few in my field that would not know, at least have heard of him. I thought them a myth, I thought them legend, but I have seen some of those who have come from Tenople, changed, fixed in some ways, but absent in others.
Do you mean the green stuff?
Are you still wearing the scar makeup, Gardener, that Violet put on you?
I probably wouldn't have specifically taken it off.
You might have
no.
sweated it off.
Does Gardener sweat?
Oh.
Interesting
Probably
question.
not, to be honest.
Mm.
What green
I'm
stuff?
gonna wipe part of Garden's the temple and say this green stuff.
Is that the plague?
No,
Oh
no,
no. That's
No.
why we hit it, just to make sure people don't have that reaction.
Yeah.
The remnant of an old injury.
And was this injury healed by... You said someone saved you?
Yes, for 50 years I have known him only as the mysterious doctor. This is the first time I have ever had even the slightest clue where to look, what to investigate.
You knew him... He was known to you 50 years ago?
50 years ago I was badly burned. Very badly. He is the one who found me, helped me to recover, to heal. And he put me in a remote place. Told me, you will live. I hope you'll live well. And that is the last I saw or heard of him until we found this crystal.
It has been several decades since the surgeon was last heard. The stories since then speak of the times before.
Is he known by any other name?
No. He is myth and legend. But
Can we do an insight check on Celia?
sure. What are you looking
Is
for?
it something more personal to her than she lets on? Like this legend?
Go for it.
Oh, 10.
10. You don't really get a good reading, but you can definitely pick up with that she's afraid. Like, there's definitely something deeper in here, like something from her childhood, probably, judging by this is like primal childhood fear sort of stuff.
Then Violet will put her hand on Celia's shoulder and reassuringly squeeze a little bit. Just to let her know she's there. And
Once again, the hand comes up and covers yours and sort of squeezes tight to yours as well. All I have known is that the surgeon is in Ternopil, and he will do anything to keep you alive.
why does that sound so menacing?
Sometimes death is a mercy.
Right.
Thank you for telling me of this. Again, this is more information than I have had before. And I would like you to know, I am not him. I would never experiment on an unwilling subject.
I think even if someone is willing, you should be very careful. There are people who may not know what it is they agreed to. And if you start down that path, it is harder and harder to turn back.
Okay, that sounded very personal.
Gardner will just nod solemnly at that. Kind of keep looking, like make eye contact and look for a good couple of seconds. And nod and return to the science at hand.
And Violet will make a mental note to ask later in private.
As you continue on your experimentation, it is a combination of successes and failures. I'm not going to make you guys roll because you've got plenty of time to sort of do this with each other, and you know, the three of you working together has a pretty good bonus.
You have until fucking sundown, people.
Yeah, just Violet carving into the wall. Booty call at.
When the sun goes down, something else goes up.
Yep.
Yeah, I can just imagine like sun setting and Violet's just like picks us up by the back of our shirts, throws us bodily out.
Pretty much, I interrupt my game of playing thumb war with myself and just kick you out.
You do have a bit of a experimentation time yourself, though, of course, Violet, because you are the one injecting the magical energy into it. The thing that you notice with this is every time you inject the energy into it, depending upon the level of spell, you feel a sharp pain in your head. Basically, some psychic damage, effectively. It seems to increase as the level of spell increases. Are you telling Celia?
Chat.
So whenever what is exactly triggering it?
What exactly is triggering it? So basically, when you get the homunculi, you inject your spell energy into it, and you feel this sort of you feel basically a sort of a backlash from it, a kind of psychic snapback. Not much. It's basically a D4 per spell level.
Okay.
But are you revealing this to Celia as you do it, or?
Violet probably will think I shouldn't mention it, but then she will think that this might be like an important information, and she will say, mention it, but frame it in a way as like, that doesn't bother me at all, but this is what's happening.
Okay.
Is that normal?
As you say that, Celia will immediately sort of drop down tools and everything, and sort of do some examinations. She'll look at Gardner and say, check her over as well.
I feel fine. I mean,
yeah.
I can keep doing it.
I know, but pain is a warning.
Yeah, regardless of that, I'm going to be like checking her over, checking the eyes and pupil reaction. Does the pain linger after? Is it a short spike and then gone?
It's like reflects and gone. Yeah. I'm telling you, it doesn't hurt that much. Like, I just thought maybe it's important.
Insight check, please.
Actually, it's more a medicine check to start with, but you can make an insight check as well. And Violet, you can DM me a what should we call it? A deception or persuasion, depending upon which one you want.
Do I have advantage on that medicine check?
I'm afraid not.
In that case, I'm using my inspiration.
Fair enough. Still a reroll.
I'm trying to be honest, just trying not to
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
not to spook them.
Oh my god.
Shitting.
Wow. Oh, you poor sweet
Okay, you
summer
should-
child.
You should still announce these. It is a natural one for
It's
9.
2 natural ones in a row.
Oh.
Nice.
My Celia knowledge
Yankees.
brings that to a 12.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, you take a look at this, and it's like this is one of those areas where the biological has strayed into more the arcane, and you're like, she's been hurt? Probably?
Pupillary response is normal. The pain, the damage, whatever it is, has not left any physical signs.
DM, does it remind me of that pain that occurs at the end of the white?
No, it's different from that pain. This pain is more. I mean, if anything, it's one of those things where when you were training, obviously you got used to the whole, this is gonna hurt me sort of style thing, evidenced by some of the cuts that you have and the like. So it is very much so for you. This is like, oh yeah, pain, cool.
Yeah. You guys, I'm fine. I am telling you.
Never gave me that insight roll there, Gardner.
Ah, yes.
If you roll another nat 1, I'll be hilarious.
Nope, 25.
Slightly different from that one. You don't think Violet's telling you any porkies, I don't think. It's just, I mean, that's roughly, I should let you answer that, sorry, Violet. But I think that was what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, and as the experimentation continues, Violet, Celia would sort of ask you, use something low level, something, which you think might be do as little damage to yourself as possible, and try it with this combination of ore and amalgam and the like.
You want me to cast magic? Any magic?
Just yes, it basically it would be similar to a kind of your own spell, but rather than unleashing it through yourself, you're trying to project it into the homunculi. They are expecting it to. It is something they are willing to do.
Okay. I'm gonna try. I guess firebolt.
No, it has to be an Illyrian spell.
Has to be an Illyrian, but I need to transform them.
No, you don't. You keep thinking this. You don't need to transform to cast Illyrian spells.
Oh, okay.
No.
Then I will cast the claws.
As you go forward, the claws kind of expand outwards, and you get the feeling that this particular spell, you don't think you're going to be able to push out. It's too basic, and Celia goes, "Oh, sorry, my heart. It would have to be something more than a cantrip for the transformation to occur."
Oh, okay.
I have something in mind for the cantrip, but it is more confusing.
Okay. Onyx, stand still. You're familiar with this one.
Onyx isn't
Onyx?
there.
Oh,
Onyx
Onyx is
ain't
not
there,
there.
No, I
Okay,
think
everybody stand back. It's an Illyrian
Onyx
cyclone.
and
Like,
Talon
what the hell am I
left
gonna
a
do?
while ago.
You guys,
Well-
Celia, everything I have is really damaging.
Try something like what is something that you cast with the lowest amount of effort?
Charge? I can teleport. A short distance. Would that be okay?
I mean, yeah, project it into the creature.
All right. So I'm going to look at the spot behind Celia, and I'm gonna think and concentrate on the homunculus, and I'm going to charge over there.
Okay, make me a charisma check. This is a spellcasting check.
Okay. Charisma. Damn.
10. This stings. You feel a degree of pain coming through it. You take 7 points of psychic damage as it happens.
7.
7. Yep. And you sort of you grit your teeth through it, and as you do it, you feel the spell shift and change, and rather than yourself teleporting, you feel like you're trying to shove the homunculi through the hole. But as you strike it, your hand kind of stops, but at the same time it continues. You feel a fragment of your own hand push through the homunculi. And
What?
the homunculi itself stays there. But just behind Celia now, floating in midair for a few seconds, is a spectral form of the homunculi.
Of the not me.
Not you, the homunculi. You projected the spell through the homunculi.
We're
What?
all seeing this transpire.
You're all seeing this, yeah?
Is this normal?
Behind you.
This is like the spell that you cast. So when you did it at that time, maybe you were trying to escape. And so you tried to charge. And then and this happened instead.
You mean when I thought I was dying?
Yes, but when they did that, but I mean these are the same auras that were used in that experiment.
Right. Well, I wasn't casting anything. I just thought I was dying, so I thought of you. And then I was near you.
Maybe it shaped itself, but this is good. If we can duplicate this, then maybe you'll be able to do that again.
I'd love to do that again, but also, ow, that hurt.
Oh, that how much? Like an ice cream headache, or oh, sorry, ice
it's
cream.
all
Do
good.
you know of ice cream?
I know of ice cream.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know of brain freeze?
I've just
It didn't hurt that much. I can take a couple more. It's all good.
Okay.
Just
Alright.
letting you know, because you guys are all scientists, and I'm kind of, I'm helping.
Yes.
And
If you
As
like,
long
I
as you're
can,
feeling all right.
I can prepare you a tea, which would soothe the pain somewhat.
Sure, I'd love some tea.
By the way, did we get any temporal hit points this morning?
temporary hit points
Temporary,
from
whatever.
Talon, you mean?
I will roll the magic D6.
There goes a 1. Come on.
Behold
Come on.
the magic D6.
I'm not saying anything this time.
It's a 2.
Marvelous.
Nice.
Will we ever roll higher than a 2 on that d6?
No.
Watch us
Oh,
next
no.
time!
By the way, Violet, I think you're still on
Mhm.
GM roll. Just so you're aware.
Oh,
I just
sorry.
noticed your charisma roll didn't show up. It was a 10, by the way. For those.
Yeah, it was a 10. Ah, my bad.
Yep. No, it's all
Yeah,
good. It's all good. Okay.
I switched.
Try.
I'm gonna spend a charge of my healer's kit to create an analgesic tea, basically, and give that to Violet.
Thank you.
And how much does Violet heal from that?
Healer is 1d6 plus 4,
Ooh.
plus your maximum number of hit dice, so that's 1d6 plus 12.
Maybe you should wait with that until she's more damaged.
14.
Yeah.
Not bad. I'm
Um,
back to max.
Yep. Ironic timing because it's like, okay, now try it with something, a different kind of spell. Try.
Okay.
Do you have anything smaller, like not the cantrip, but not the charge?
No, this is the smallest I have. Oh, wait, I have bloodfire poison, but that goes on my clothes.
Well, try it anyway. Look, this is reshaping the magic. Perhaps it will do something different.
Okay, yeah, here we go. She will spread her fingers and the clothes, ethereal clothes will pop out. And they will suddenly change color to probably blue, right? What's the color of bloodfire poison?
It might be the color of blood. Guess what color that is?
Mine is blue, so
True. Okay, fair enough. Bluey red streaks, then, shall we say?
okay.
Yeah. So, like, it's an interesting one as the energy kind of drips off them a little bit. But as you then force it into the homunculi, following the pattern of the ore, there's an odd sensation for you, and suddenly you feel like you're still in your body. You're pretty confident still in your body, but at the same time you're looking at your body, and your eyesight is horrible, and you're on the table, and you can't move your limbs.
Is this crying? I feel like I'm on the table looking at myself and I need glasses.
Celia goes, and then sort of drops down. Hang on, and she takes out some copper wire and gently inserts it into the homunculi. You just used it, and all of a sudden, Violet, you can feel that you're on a cold table, and something's poking you.
I'm on a cold table and you're poking me, baby.
You are riding inside the creature,
What?
What is she poking?
the homunculi.
Oh.
You take 3 points of psychic damage, by the way.
Okay.
You, Violet, you are inside your body and the creature at the same time. You can't control the creature, but you're able to perceive through its eyes and through its senses.
Oh, this would make some of my job easier.
This is most interesting. We must continue the experimentation. But only
Of
if you
course.
feel... Okay, this whole thing was so you did not feel hurt, and I am terrified that I am injuring you.
I'm completely fine. Trust me, C. You're good. I'm good. We're all good. Let's go.
I'm just imagining, like, it keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps going, eventually, Talon!
We're out of healing again.
Probably.
Okay.
How much did you say I take? 3?
3 points.
Oh, I
that
did
time,
take it
yeah.
already. Okay.
So yes, you guys continue the experimentation, occasionally having to effectively patch up Violet, and Sanic and you and I will discuss later on the other aspects of this.
Before we finish up and they have their time together,
Yep.
I do want to ask a couple of things.
Yep.
First of all, do you have notes on the process to create these homunculi? It would be invaluable and potentially allow us to continue research without risk to Violet.
I have information, but I am afraid to say I think it would be... to properly create these homunculi took me many years of study. I can provide you with the notes, but it would be the equivalent of you providing me with notes of a very complicated medical surgery. It is starting at the end, the wrong end.
Understood. Still, it may help me to find some solution by reverse engineering. It likely different, but
I
the
can
knowledge would
provide you with some information, and if you follow the training procedure, perhaps you will be able to create maybe one, but it would require time and experience and for you to gain the necessary level to be able to do such a thing.
I have patience. Thank you. And the other thing, probably separated by some time. You mentioned the amalgam is a more stable form of something else. You seem familiar with it. What is it a stabilized form of?
Oh, that is just a guesswork at this stage. I have yet to form a hypothesis, so I would not want to make a statement.
Do I feel like she's obfuscating the truth here?
Make me an insight roll. Yeah. She's not definitely not giving away as much information as she could see, as you can see.
I understand. You do not yet know me.
She doesn't really react to that. She just goes kind of quiet.
And yeah, I'll leave it at that. I won't press.
Wesley, Violet, was there anything further that you think you might chat with Celia about?
Yeah, in private.
Yeah, this,
Well, the private summon's just going to happen in a second, but I'm going to have to jump to Onyx and Talon because they've been patiently waiting.
No, as soon as the jargon started, Violet kind of zoned out.
That's fair.
yeah, if there's a moment where there's not much happening.
Yep.
As you would say. So, do you remember my sword that you've had a look at?
The crystalline one,
Yes.
probably Palpian, yes?
Yes.
Yes, I am not skilled in the art of creation, but I am aware of it, yes.
I've since learned more of it while we were in Ustium.
Yes?
You don't happen to know the... He was referred to as the Servant of the Sea. Does that name mean anything to you?
Could you give me any context? Is this the one who made the sword?
He was a Palfian warrior. I learned more of the sword because he had one himself.
History is not really my area of study. I am more of an engineer, a physicist.
That's fair.
I mean, if it is information you seek, then if you wish, you can ask Mandrab, but he will ask for something in return.
No, I guess I'll... Honestly, I think I need to talk to someone from Palfius.
Oh, that is a tricky proposition at the best of times. They are very isolationist, and I do not know if they are aware of the situation involving the plague, but very shortly after the end of the Jour de Liberation in Ustion, all trade with Palfius ground to a halt, what little of it there was.
That is tricky.
It's complicated.
So fucking tricky and complicated. Wesley, get the fuck out of here.
It has gone down sunward, so you do feel yourself being kicked out. But before we...
I think Gardner probably makes a slightly more graceful exit as they notice Violet getting more and more impatient.
Violet might become violent in a moment. But before we jump into that, I am going to dip over to Onyx and Talon and find out what our small group got up with. So, as they all retreat, as they all retreat to perform science.
Yep. So we've just had a meal, haven't we?
We just had a meal.
Okay. Well, first thing Talon will say to Onyx is, should we get outside into the air and into the forest for a little bit?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. The city's already becoming stuffy to me.
Yeah, after the afternoon here, I quite agree. So, we'll head out. We're not too far from the edge of the city, are we?
Was there a gate we had to pass through?
Are you heading back up towards Paraxis or heading towards the...
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a very small gate, but, you know, they see that there are more concerned people coming into the city than leaving the city.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Well, we might as well just say, we're leaving, we're coming back. We'll see you shortly. And
If they don't stop us, then Onyx is not going to pay them any heed.
Okay, well, we'll step out and just get,
We just ate, so let's do some stretches before we get a cramp.
Yep.
That's fair.
And that's the last anyone saw of Talon and Onyx.
It's just got eaten by an owlbear. That's
Ran
fine.
out into the woods, never came back.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, so, I mean, Talon will kind of watch Onyx a little bit perplexed to start with, but then he'll just, he gets the idea and he kind of starts going through this as well. But yeah, generally we don't get the warning, we just have to run.
That's the difference between exercise and a true emergency.
Yes, well, I think this is a good idea.
All right, keep up. And with a hop and a kind of dash, she'll start making her way into the forest, taking the exact right steps to like move with speed, even though there's not a real path.
Sure. What's your movement rate, by the way?
35 base.
Okay, yep, Talon. I think even with the hindrance of, actually no, I've got mobile and a movement rate of 40. So yeah, Talon is able to keep up with you fine.
Okay.
So yeah.
Oh, does mobile stop you from taking difficult terrain?
Difficult terrain as long as I'm dashing, which I'm assuming we're doing at this point.
Yes, of course. Okay,
Yep.
Perfect.
So yeah,
once Onyx notices that you can keep up perfectly fine, she'll make an arcane sign with the left hand, cast Long Strider, and for the next, I think it's an hour. Let me see. Yeah, for the next hour, she's also going 40.
Cool. Yep. Okay. So yeah, neck and neck at this point, just weaving our way through.
And as we get into like a rhythm, Onyx will start saying, "So you wanted to learn some of the hand signs?
Yes, I would very much.
Cool. I've never taught them, only have them taught to me, but they're fairly simple." And she'll
Okay.
start making some of the simpler ones.
Right. Okay. Obviously, I'm up against Talon's intelligence of 6 here, but he's going to
Mhm.
try and make as much note of them as he can.
Yeah, she'll like use them as she would in an actual mission. She'll say like, "This means quiet," and then she'll like makes a sign and starts sneaking for a little bit.
Hmm.
And this one means group ahead, and like she's makes the sign and then takes a left as if going around.
Hmm.
And as she explains each of the signs, she sees if Talon is comprehending.
Hmm. Yeah, no, he's kind of making it. What I'll probably do is to begin with, probably call this an int roll for him until he gets the hang of it. So if you make a sign, I'll roll int, and we'll just see roll
Sure.
based off that. I think it's probably the most sensible way of doing this. But yeah,
I'm
he
ready.
will he'll be attentively going through, and what he'll be doing is he'll be repeating the gesture and repeating the meaning back to Onyx to try and learn it as best he can.
And yeah, so I assume that we make our way through quite a bit of forest this way.
Yeah, and then in fact,
until
once we've gone through like several, he'll probably ask to go through them again just to make sure he's got them.
Of course.
So yeah, it's you guys can just make a couple of intelligence checks, but one for teaching, one for learning. But in general, you're going over the gist of them, as you say.
That's a 13 to learn. Not amazing, but not bad for Talon.
That's a
no!
4 to teach. Wow, with that terrible roll.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting situation. You're trying to teach, but the thing is, it's always a lot harder to teach someone something that you know, as it were, because you're trying to teach them the advanced concepts about the basics. But
yeah, that's fair.
You pass on some of the simpler signs. The wait here, look that way, that sort of stuff.
We'll just have to keep working on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and as we
like Gardner only really knows the basics.
Do you?
I don't think you guys roleplayed that you knew the signs, but you can discuss that later.
Do you do a lot of scouting and running around in the forest?
Not a huge amount, which, again, like, I don't imagine there's any real way that we'd have done stuff together without having picked up, like, the bare basics.
I mean, I guess you would know
that.
stop and be quiet, because those are the bare bones basic ones. Don't. Yeah. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe ask. Yeah. Okay, so we get to like a clearing eventually, I assume.
Yep.
Yeah, easy enough to find one of those.
Mm-hmm.
That felt good. Just get those muscles working.
It's been too long.
How do you guys stick in the city so long? Barely got there half a day, and I was already feeling locked in.
I must admit, I still don't like them. I mean, they are amazing to look at, but I don't know. Something about them just seems to breed complication in dealing with people. I don't know what it is. It's like people are so secure, and then they have to start making up new things to be worried about.
I mean, the only really big one I've seen is Futura, and if you say so, that you think it's beautiful, but to me it was just a bunch of boxes. I guess the museum was cool.
But you have to think about how much effort, how much teamwork went into building a city like that.
True, I suppose.
We couldn't even build the smallest building in Gazech because if you stay in one place, the weather will kill you eventually.
That is fair.
It's physically impossible to stay in one place. The environment is just too changeable and too unpredictable.
Well, I definitely know the value of teamwork. So, I suppose if that's what a city is
Well, it's
in
certainly
this way,
it should be. If people have collaborated that well to build the thing, why can't they collaborate well enough to live in it?
I
Don't
suppose.
understand.
I was more thinking about how the people that live in that city didn't build the city. Their ancestors did. That city was there already there when they were born.
I suppose it wasn't earned at all. It was just given to them. As they're talking, Talon is going to basically sit down, get his pack out. He is going to get the Clanker's heart out and let Hope out onto his shoulder.
There's a small shudder for like a moment as another Gazetchian creature appears.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd
Still-
sensation to see it just shift and morph, this clay-like sort of form
Still-
floating.
Still a bit unsettling, that. How easily you handle Hope.
Hope takes many forms. He'll just kind of gently provoke Hope to turn into like probably a white bird of some description. Something that'll be
Much
quick
better
enough.
than the Gazetchian seahorse that it was a second ago.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Onyx relaxes a hair.
Sorry.
As well. It's like,
The seahorse is just something I'm familiar with. That was the first form that Hope took. So Hope's
That's-
quite keen on
no,
it. It's quite mobile.
that's okay. It's just back home, there's two things that we are warned of: to never engage and always bring back more teams before engaging.
Hmm.
And they're the tainted creatures of Gazech and clankers.
Both of which are tremendous risks of living there.
So when I see you handling such a creature as if it's a pet, my instincts scream at me.
Hope is not a creature of Kazech.
No?
No. The form is merely a tool. It's a shape. He'll sit down, kind of cross-legged, and settle Hope in his lap, and just kind of coax Hope to return to like the natural form, which is just like a shapeless, like what's the word for the creature type?
Blob?
Blob,
Ooze?
ooze, metamorph.
Yeah, something along those lines. It's just like a ball, like you say, almost ball of clay, just white, white shapeless flesh that just settles and just
Is
seems
that its
to.
true form?
Yeah, I think so. This is the form that Hope takes when they're most relaxed. And, this is the form they're in when they're inside the heart, and he'll tap the clanker's heart that's sat next to him, and then put it in
Onyx
his
will take
back.
a unnecessary but drilled in look around now that they're back near civilization.
Mm-hmm.
And once she sees that, yes, there's nobody here, she'll kind of tap the ground and say, Gurvax, you can come out too if you want.
Goravax drifts outwards. That place smelt.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Gorovax, would you be offended if Hope took the shape of a dragon at all?
You see Goravax look at you. Can it do dragon things?
I doubt it would be able to breathe anything. It would just be a very small dragon-shaped creature.
And so long as you don't call it a dragon.
Well, no, it's Hope taking the shape of a dragon. It's not going to be a true dragon.
Taking the shape of a worm. Lesser drake. Not proper dragon like me.
Again, shape of, not full transformation.
Onyx will scratch the top of Gorvax's head and go, "Now, don't be too ornery. You know it's just a shapeshifter."
Mhm.
Smelt like burning tin in there. And blood.
I saw the blood.
It's a syndicate.
The Syndicate. That's who they are?
Mm.
Proctor and Mantrab?
They're a network, as far as I can work out. They certainly seem to be well connected.
They're everywhere. Are they?
They have provided useful information. I'm not sure I'm thrilled with their methods of getting it, but
Proctor seemed like a dangerous man.
they're all
Mantrap I
dangerous.
didn't really get a chance to observe, but
Mm,
I assume he's not much better.
no. They're all dangerous people.
And
Even-
Celia is part of them.
I think, well, even she's resourceful and probably dangerous in her own right, but Celia has been helpful to us. Very helpful.
Well,
I
nothing
trust-
against secrets, but I'd like to be told what to expect. I was expecting us to meet some of Violet's friends in a pub, not this.
Yeah, they go all out on it. I'm sorry I didn't warn you. I have gotten used to just whenever we've encountered them, they've got so many little rules that I don't remember.
I don't think it's your job to warn me, but
No.
thank you.
Well, I didn't think to even suggest the idea, so I will bear that in mind. I know you guys are not familiar with them. But quite frankly, regardless of what warnings we could give, there's always something that I don't anticipate that happens. But it's, yeah, they wield dishonesty like a sword. And they will try very hard to catch you out. I think I told Mandrap more than I ought to have done when he was questioning me earlier.
I suppose I shouldn't have been so presumptuous and provoked their ire by trying to get Wesley to spill the beans in the middle of their base.
Probably not the wisest plan, but I should, again, we didn't really tell you what was going on, so I'm not surprised you were unhappy about that. And I will try and
It's fine.
do better next time. I can't speak for the others.
It's not your fault.
I know it's not my fault, but it's like Violet says, there's always something you can do better.
Violet says a lot of things.
Yes, she does. I need to talk to her about that. Because just sometimes there are wild tales given when just simply saying the simplest thing and moving on will suffice. And wild tales just make people have questions and be suspicious. We don't always need wild tales. Sometimes the best thing to do is to be innocuous as we possibly can. And that never seems to happen. Kill.
something's been bugging me, and I think your clothes, they're red.
Yes. Crimson Flame.
No. What? Crimson what?
Sorry, Crimson Flame. They're the part of that's the name of the group that I belong to in Kazach.
Oh, your tribe? Fair enough.
Well,
No, my question is, you walk and you act like a woodsman. Do you have some skill, even? Perhaps not as much as I've received through rigorous training, but red does not seem the color of somebody who wants to hunt in the woods.
It's how we keep track of each other.
That's more important in Kazech than stealth?
It depends. I mean, actual hunters and scouts will don drab colors to go hunting, but generally, if it's just walking around, being together as a group, we want to keep track of each other.
That's fair, I suppose.
And we've got cloaks and things to cover up if we need to. But yes, it's also a memory for me. I left without telling most of the group. There were one or two I did inform of my intentions, but I had to keep it quiet because if I had made my intentions clear, Tusk would never have let me leave.
Oh?
Our leader, Tusk the wolf.
He didn't like you?
He is the closest I have ever had to a father, but
Oh, he wanted to protect you by
no.
keeping you in a dangerous place? That seems...
He was injured in one of the attacks against us, and since that injury, I feel like he's gradually succumbed to a sickness of the mind. He used to care so much about the safety of the whole group, but he has become selfish and paranoid, to the point that he kept me from tending to the injured after an attack. I was forced to tend to his immediate warriors, his bodyguards, if you like, his immediate inner circle of fighters, when they would have lasted the night. They would have survived just fine. But instead, I was forced to tend to them, and other members of the group died of their injuries as a result.
And you had no healers that could take care of this
I was the
brain
healer.
injury? You had no skill with
No,
maladies of the mind?
no, it's beyond me. But that's why I left. I couldn't live under that. I couldn't live to watch others die as I was corralled into. I was prevented from saving lives, and it's not something that I can live with.
A sacrifice? A gamble? That's honorable.
Definitely
At least
feels
you're
like a
still
gamble.
thinking of them.
I wish I could get a message to them.
Can you not ask Wesley to send sending?
Wesley has not met any of them. I understand that he needs to know who he's sending the message to.
Oh, well, I've no idea how that magic works.
That was my impression, but also I don't know what I would say to them. I haven't found any solutions. I haven't accomplished anything. I'm still learning. I'm still trying, and now this plague threatens everything. If that takes hold, then it will all be for naught anyway. So, needs must. But in all honesty, life outside of Gazette in some ways doesn't feel any safer. I've seen people living in the cities that have far less than my people ever had. And I don't understand how anyone could let that happen. We saw such squalor and paraxis.
Paraxis?
And Ustium. People living with so little hope, so little to eat.
I mean,
So
I
little
wasn't there for
strength.
long, but I didn't see much squalor while we were in Futura.
Certain sections of the city.
You've been there before.
Well,
Right.
Ustium, in Ustium, it was particularly bad. The divide is so strong. And they were, for the vote, they were bribing the unfortunates with food to obtain their vote.
Vote?
On the future of the city. This was...
Wait, what?
They were voting on a change of the way the city was governed.
And the commoners and the peasants were voting for this?
They had a vote, but they were being manipulated by the ruling classes.
I mean, that seems interesting. Back home, the elders decide. They might have a vote amongst themselves, but if you're not old or powerful, that's it. Go with the flow.
Is that fair?
I suppose it depends on what your priorities are.
I mean, I'm all for that if the guidance is just and unfair, but it's universally not been so in every city I've ever been in. The rich and the powerful, the ones making the decisions, suit themselves, and everyone else is competing. We've got so much out here, and I don't understand why it's like that.
Well, I don't think I can be the one that can elucidate. I'm more of an outsider than you at this point.
No, I'm not expecting you to. These are my observations, and they frustrate me.
I mean, I also left without telling many people. Me and Gardner were.
Though.
Yeah. Gardner was taken in a trap.
I see less of a reason than we had previously.
They seemed unwilling to see my point of view, even though I had their best in.
Well,
in mind.
I think we need your help. I think we need both of you to help.
It's just. I get that. And I want to help. And you or Wesley at least seem like good allies to have. But
Violet is a murderer.
I wouldn't say murderer, but
she's
definitely
volatile.
Dangerous.
Yes. But look, if I put it this way, maybe you'll understand. If I don't help her, and I say tomorrow, good riddance, I don't ever want to speak to you again, then what happens? Then can I in good conscience walk away?
Why do you assume that your quest ends with her? It's no matter anyway. This trip has been enlightening for one thing and one thing only. Now, I know she has a weakness.
A weakness that won't be around for very long.
You see Gorovax look at you, very cold, dark eyes at this point. We are hunters. We're used to being patient and finding difficult objects.
Well,
I don't want it to come to that,
no, I don't want
But-
it to come to that.
but it is an option.
Why
A
does
hunter
it-
keeps all its quivers. A hunter keeps all her quivers in her.
All our
In her
arrows
hand.
in a quiver.
Mhm.
That's the one I meant. Fuck. I misspoke like 4 times trying to say that.
Mhm.
It's alright. Words are hard. We don't normally speak. We use hand gestures. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's a much easier saying to say in my own language.
But things I know that I know there's so much she can do for good. She's just very hard to understand.
She's hiding everything. I saw it when we fought. She's scared.
Yes.
I can at least. We can expect her to do the thing that will get her own goal. And currently, that is solving the plague. So. That's at least something.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is if we don't include her, then we'll probably lose most, if not all, of the information we have.
You seem set on this, but I can be patient, Onyx. I will guard your back as I have always done.
Thank you, Garvex.
All I ask is that you keep an open mind that we might be able, I don't know, to help her to solve that fear in some way, and she might one day engage with us properly. That's my hope. I'm hoping it will never come to a hunt. But I appreciate it's come bloody close.
Perhaps. I wish I knew how to send a true message through an animal, like the elders can. I know the spell, but it lasts just a few days. It dissipates. We're too far away from the forest. And they don't know where I am. Knowing them, they'll assume I'm dead. And that stings.
Yeah, I can't imagine that the Crimson Flame have a great deal of belief that I'm still alive. Anyone who goes missing from the camp is almost certainly dead. There
Well,
are-
then we just have to survive long enough to get back to our people.
On our
It is a long journey, with foolish diversions, but
well, at this point, we need all the allies we can get, even if they are far from perfect.
Mhm.
We should get back to the city, the town, the village.
there is game in the forest. We could hunt.
That's true. We have just
We
eaten.
could. Tasteless meat, bland potatoes. The only good meal is when you hunt yourself.
I kind of have to agree. Feel like I've earned it.
Onyx has a small smile on her face, but still a kind of melancholy on the rest of her face as she says, "Will you join me for this hunt?"
Talon sort of straightens up, props Hope on his shoulder, and kind of flexes his fingers, and you see a bit of a sparkle of his thrown punch around both hands. Of course I will. You're one of the best hunters I know.
I'll take that compliment in stride. And with a small bow, she kind of hops backwards and then starts running into the woods, trying to track down some medium-sized game, like maybe a deer or a boar.
Yep, Talon is quiet and quick as he possibly can on your heels.
Gorovax simply drifts from shadow to shadow.
Yep.
As the three of you race off into the darkness, as the light begins to ebb, and you're able to find some hunting tracks to go and gather some game.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, we shall drift our way back to the city, to the room in which, Violet, you find yourself escorted by Celia. A small room, but with a pleasant overlook, somewhat higher up in the tavern, which allows you to see over the walls and view the...
Don't give a fuck. As soon as we enter, the door slams shut and Violet just presses firmly but surely Celia into the wall, leans in with all her weight and kisses her. And she's gonna be her support if her knees go weak. And she's just gonna kiss her, and when they separate, she's gonna say, "I missed you so fucking much."
I can tell. And she
Some-
then returns the kiss with equal passion.
Good. And if you want to rewind for after,
Want to what for after?
if you want to fade to black, and then maybe I can ask her
Oh
something.
yes, there is a...
You had rewind.
Yeah,
That's
rewind. Yes.
You mean forwards?
Yeah, fast forward, not rewind.
Fast forward,
Yep.
that's the one. I'm sorry.
As you...
There's no tapes in this world.
No, there's... and that's probably good, because everything that we are fast forwarding over would definitely be X-rated. But as you get to the end of this passionate reunion, which introduces so many new aspects of your relationship, I got to do a title call.
What?
Reunion and introduction.
Okay, fair enough. But I called mine like 6 times.
That's fair. Yes. No, I meant as in that's a reference that I got. That's what I called the stream.
Oh, the stream. I got
It's
you.
not gonna make any sense to the YouTube crowd.
No, not at all. But yes, you both are lying, a pleasant afterglow in you, as you, with only the covers concealing you, you lie side by side, hands entwined in the bed.
No, I want to be looking at her.
In that case, yes, you're
And Violet will say, "Fuck, I wish I could paint."
Oh? You would... What would you be painting if you could?
You, of course.
It is a pale comparison to what is at hand right now. She does smile, however. Don't forget, though, if you ever need to think of me, and she gently strokes the small lightning orb bauble that she sent you in Ustium.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always in here.
I know. Thanks for that.
She pauses for a moment, still smiling at you, and then she goes a little bit more somber. But still, there is other things you wish to talk to me about. And you must... I know you have not told Wesley everything about your... whatever happened that made them call me in such a panic.
Yeah, and Talon wants me to tell you more. And Talon's usually right. And I hate that, but also kind of love that. I'm kind of proud. He's a good kid. Very trusting.
He has grown
Try
up,
to fix
though, since last I saw him.
it. Mm-hmm.
When I first came upon you, I thought he was simply some mark I would be able to sell a relatively useless item to. I never thought that such a simple meeting would lead us to where we are now.
Yeah, kind of makes you believe in fate, huh?
Oh, I am definitely aware that fate exists.
Mm.
But your condition, is it related to your powers?
I think so. Like, it happens only when I'm in it.
Ah, I almost forgot. The thing that I could not tell the others about. She reaches inside, well, first she goes to reach inside her robe and then realizes that I'm not wearing it. And
Oh, sorry. It's on the it's on the wardrobe there.
yeah,
I think
yeah,
hold
it's
on. No,
okay,
it's on the okay.
as she stretches
I'll gather
up,
I'll gather it all for you after.
No, as she stretches up to pull down the robe from the wardrobe, you're treated to quite a lovely sight. But she pulls out a small, it looks like an oval stone, and then she focuses for a moment and whispers a couple words, and then you see an image. It's a cave, craggy, rocky, and you can tell that for a long time there was some kind of liquid in the middle of it, but it appears to be practically empty now. And the image shifts a little, and you can tell that Celia must be holding it, this capture, as it goes down until you see, cupped in a small crater, barely larger than a bowl, like two of your hands together, there is a fine liquid, blue-white energy emanating off it. A liquid that you are intimately familiar with.
Violet's face just goes like she's already really pale, but she just goes white, and she stops smiling.
I found it. I had tells that there was something similar to this, and when I was doing more research, I could not deny the similarities between your form. I used the blood which you had left with me to help try and track it down. It had a reaction to it. It was far to the south, near the Demon's Teeth.
Zal's.
Yes.
That must have been where he got it from.
Where who got it from?
The man who drowned me in it.
He drowned you in it? I only had a small sample to work with, but any tool I placed in it was destroyed. How? She reaches out and touches. How are you still alive?
I'm not sure I am. But
What do you
if
mean?
life is pain, then I definitely am here.
As you make that joke, something you've casually probably made half a dozen times, you just feel Celia, who is already cupping your face, pull you in close. You are alive. You can feel my heart, and I can feel yours. You have touched my soul, and I have touched yours. Please,
What?
believe that.
Violet will just sort of let her cradle her for a bit. And then she'll say, "That liquid. You know what it is, right?"
I have a thought. Several, in terms of what it would be called. But what it is, that is a far more complicated question. It is primal, Violet. It is something before the age of structured magic. It is of the weave itself.
I did not have magic before. And then it entered my lungs and I think it burned them away. And I remember it squeezing my heart. And everything just felt on fucking fire. And then it all went quiet. And then I woke up on the floor in a puddle. And I was back. And then I had magic.
She looks at you and you feel her hands stroke over your arms and your limbs, and you feel them gently caress your scars. Did it do this to you?
Some of this I did to me. When the claws came out, I didn't know what to do with them. And it was just me in a cell. And at first I would try to crawl my way out of there. And then it was just me. And I wanted to hurt someone, so I hurt me.
He threw you into this stuff and left you in a cell?
I was like an animal. I think he was afraid of me. He would sometimes visit. Super rare at first, but then more often.
You hear a sound, a popping of knuckles as Celia's hands clench into tight fists. Who did this to you?
Violet will cover her fists with her hands and say, "It's okay. It's okay.
It's not okay.
It doesn't hurt anymore. It is. It's fine now. Look what I can do. I am good at what I do. I'm powerful. And Celia, I was no one before that. Nobody fucking would miss me. I was eating off the street. I was literally a no one. And now I'm here. I'm with you. Look at the shit I can do."
That isn't because of your powers. That is
Yes, it
because of
is.
who you are. I love you. And do not misunderstand, your powers for me are incredible and beautiful, but they are not why. You are why. This man,
Violet,
what he did to you, it does not define you. No matter what they have said to you, you are special. You have always been special.
Violet will kiss her and say, "You say that because you didn't know me back then."
I say that because I know who you truly are beneath everything that you have said, both to me and to yourself.
You say you are in a cage. I'm on a leash. I thought you were free. But you're not. What's better, cage or a leash? Celia, I don't want to leave you in a cage, but I can't take you with me because I'm not free either. It breaks my heart because I don't know what I'm doing this for. Why the fuck am I saving this world? I mean, I thought at first I'm doing it for you, and I was. But what's the point if your life is a cage?
Tears begin to gently roll down Celia's face. You're both confined. I am in my cage, and you are in your leash. But when we are together, we are free. Someday, there will not be a cage, and you will break it. Someday, there will not be a leash, because I will rend this world asunder to cut it from your neck. Until then, we must live. For while there is life, there is hope. And I will find any power I need to free you, because I know you would do the same for me.
And that's a promise.
That is a promise.
Here, Violet will fish out the diamond bracelet she stole in Ustium, and she'll put it on Celia's wrist and say, "If something happens, I know the very important spells needed. Use it. Okay?"
She looks at it and caresses it slightly. I will treasure it. And she takes the combination of bracelet things that you and Gardner and Wesley spent all that time working on and puts it on your arm as well. And this will aid you in everything you do. And when you use it, think of me.
I always think of you. It's kind of annoying, really.
And as you say that with a brief smile, she'll pounce upon you. And we will fade to black once more.
Okay.
Round 2.
Hell yeah.
And as Onyx and Talon and Gorovax go off hunting, Violet and Celia spend the night together. And I assume...
Hunting and humping, you know? That's also a title.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, I think that's perfect.
Do Gardner and Wesley have anything for the evening? You don't have to have sex with each other. That's fine.
I think.
Can if you want.
I think Gardner would probably head out also into the forest to look for medicinal herbs and the like, because stocks are still a little bit low ever since I was kidnapped by Captain On Topper.
Gonna take Wesley with you?
Is Wesley going to want to go out into nature?
Like, Wesley is welcome to join me.
If the offer is presented, Wesley will reject it.
I'm honestly just picturing that giraffe from Madagascar. Ah, nature! It's all around me.
Yeah, I'll take Zoria and head out on a herb gathering expedition.
Cool. All right. So yeah, you can make me some nature checks there and a survival roll if you would to just see how well that goes. Wesley, if you could, are you up to anything?
Wesley would go out for an evening stroll around town, take in the sights. Is the bridge accessible without a token?
You can go and look at it without a token. You need a token to pass.
Okay, that's fair. Because Wesley would like at some point go and stare out across the river.
It's a really impressive river. It is like about 50, maybe 60 meters across. The bridge is made of pure stone, white alabaster-like stone, and it appears to be necessary because the river below is incredibly fast-running. As you're standing over and looking at it, you can see several transports, and they are having to use sea anchors, basically large chunks of floating wood behind them to create drag to slow them down.
Oh, yikes.
Because of how fast this thing moves.
Okay.
And there are several people on standby to actually aid in the pushing of ships. You believe they may even be mages, judging by the way that they seem to be using shape water to just basically shove the ship slightly to the left or right as it gets towards the span of the bridge and the various columns and pillars which support it.
Mages.
That is a 23 nature, 26 survival, by the way.
Cool. Thank you very much. We'll take care of that in off time. Alrighty. So, anything in particular you do on the bridge, or just having a bit of a sightsee?
Yeah, sightsee. Having a look around at. I guess I'll also have a look at how people cross. I've only heard about the bridge tokens, but I don't know the details. Are we gonna need one token for the whole party, or does every individual need one?
There's a couple guards which are standing around a bit bored. They seem to be the ones dealing with the bridge tokens, so if you fancied, you could probably go ask them.
I was more thinking about observing if a group or a cart passes by.
Not too many carts happening within the night. There's a few coming back and forth, but they are just, they're stepping down, they're talking to the guards, they're showing them something, and then they're getting back on the cart and moving onwards. It's a bit tricky to ascertain. It's just from observation. If you're after something specific.
Okay, no. I'm not gonna draw attention to myself, I don't think. So yeah, if I don't see anything noteworthy, I'll just head back.
Okay.
We haven't really discussed places to stay, so did they have lodgings at the
The
that
Fleisch and
tavern?
Kartoffeln?
Yes.
Yes. There's rooms there.
I'll go there for a room then.
Okay. Yeah, they've got rooms available for everyone. Celia and Mandra have actually bought some for you guys.
Oh, nice. Okay,
yeah,
great.
well-
I'm staying with Celia.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah,
That's why you definitely Violet definitely has a room.
Wesley is going to assume that everyone else is staying out in nature.
There's some people
That's
saying
how
out
that
in
works.
nature. Violet appears to be praying, judging by the way she keeps going, "Oh God, oh God."
What is this, the 50s?
On occasion.
Oh dear.
That's also not what I've heard her say as an exclamation ever before.
Well, that's probably because you've never heard her in that situation before.
That's not what I meant, and you know it.
Yeah. Either way. Yes, so unless there's anything in particular you guys want to do, the night passes, more eventfully for some than others. And come in the morning, you all awaken, coming in from either your nature, so I would say Onyx and Talon, as you're approaching back, carrying this your spoils from the from your hunt.
Probably like a properly separated and packaged, I guess deer would be the easiest to find.
Yeah.
And like a deer skin rolled up.
Yep. So as you're
We
coming
have
back
some of it.
from your travels, you can see Gardner coming back from a different direction, hands and face covered a bit in muck, and a bag of some a decent size upon their back.
Okay.
Mhm.
Can we catch up with Gardner?
Given your speed,
ahead of us or
shouldn't be
behind
too.
us?
You're basically going to intercept before you arrive back at the town.
Okay. Hi, Gardner.
Hey. How are you gonna get back into the city with the face?
I expect the mud will be enough to cover it, especially on a cursory examination in the dark. Hello, Talon. Good hunt, you two?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
It's exactly what we needed after an afternoon with the syndicate.
Yeah, before we get back to the gates, I will kind of make sure that the green is obscured by mud.
I don't believe you have disguise kit as a skill, so give me just a straight dexterity check at this point.
Alright.
Oh, can it become with advantage if they get some?
It doesn't matter.
Oh.
That is a 10.
Yep.
Yikes.
You sort of slap. It's if anything at this point, it's kind of a bit too overzealous, Onyx. Like you just see a gardener kind of go, and just mud covers the face entirely.
You're gonna think you're some kind of forest person that doesn't know what a city is. Like, clean yourself up a little bit.
I
Come
mean, let's just look, we can get to the others and then we can clean Gardner up afterwards.
They'll let us in.
I'm sure they will.
As you head
Yeah.
back to the gate, there's another guy, a different guy from the first one who was distracted, who looks at the three of you and goes, "Can I help you?"
Would like to enter the city? We went
Yeah.
out to hunt.
Yeah.
I see. And where are you staying?
The what was it called, Talon?
The Fleisch und Kartoffeln.
Ah, yes, it is. What the hell happened to you?
They hunted game. I went for herbs. Some of them are in messy, awkward to reach places, but good medicinal properties.
Yeah, we're gonna get this one a bath when we get in. Don't worry.
I will need to at least attempt to examine the face, and he reaches behind his back and he kind of pulls out some kind of rag of some variety and says, "Yeah, at least scrape off the worst of it so I may be able to see you."
Yeah, I will scrape off the worst of it, focusing on the right side of my face, and kind of trying not to make the green too obvious.
I'll allow you to make either a dexterity check on this or a deception check on this.
Neither are great, but dexterity is marginally better. That's another 10.
You scrape it off, but it's a rag. This is fairly soft mud. A lot of it's coming off at the same time. So he goes, what is that?
Injury from several years ago. Alchemical mishap.
Oh my god! I was about to bluff about it being moss that was rubbed on your face, but nope, never mind.
This, your skin is green. Is it toxic?
No, just discoloration.
You see him pause for a few moments. Perhaps I should be talking to my superior of this. Yeah, hang on a moment, and I will go get,
Hold on.
You speak to your superior about every alchemist who comes through?
When they look like that, yeah.
Is that absolutely necessary? I mean, we've been traveling together a long while. We can vouch for...
Well, I mean, I would expect you to vouch if you have been traveling together for a long time, but that does not mean that I do not need to examine this. I mean, who are you? Do you have any standing? Any position?
Not within the fort or anything, no.
Yeah. Ah, well then. If I will simply go get my superior, it will only take me a moment. You see him turn and start to get up. And, as no one says anything, he continues moving and...
I was gonna say, what if I share my bounty with you? Would you perhaps be interested in some excellent cuts of deer?
Oh, that kind of bounty. He sort of goes and have a look at the deer. Fresh kill?
Yeah, this night. Not even yesterday.
He has a quick look at it. And how much would you be wanting to share?
I'll take out like 3 prime cuts.
So you're cutting that. I guess give me a survival roll to see how well you cut the thing, and then we'll use that as a persuasion roll.
Can that be with advantage? Because I definitely
Oh,
helped.
for fuck's sake. I'm gonna use my... Oh, I don't have any inspiration.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, well, 11.
11.
Rolled a 2 and a 1. What are the odds?
It's
Oh.
a bit of a,
Sometimes it do go like that.
it's a bit of a tricky one to butcher something on a table like this, and you're kind of doing it in a bit of a hurry. Unfortunately, this does mean that blood is now all over the guy's table.
Ugh.
Oh.
That is.
I thought I'd already butchered it in the forest.
You cleaned it, but you can't like field dressing. You'd field dressed it, but like you're butchering it to get cuts out. I mean, that's a whole different process.
Okay, fair enough.
He looks at it and goes, well,
Ugh.
that
It's
is
still an average It's still an average job with an
Yeah.
11.
That is very nice. So you're the one trying to making the offer, Onyx. So that would be a persuasion roll. The three of you are working together, so we'll let you have advantage.
Okay. Can Talon try and clean up the desk?
How are you trying to clean up?
I've got plenty of like cloth scraps that Talon picks up to kind of fix his outfit and stuff, so he'll sacrifice one of those to clean up.
Talon
Yes.
is proficient in cleaning after all that work he did on the
Yeah,
vessels.
he's not shy about just scrubbing stuff. He'll give it a good go.
Swabbing the deck check. I guess I will allow that to be a survival roll as well, because that makes the most sense to me. And yeah, fair
Okay.
enough. You've recently
will-
done training, so I'll let you have advantage.
Okay, 13. Crying out loud.
It's tricky and smeary. You've gotten up the worst of it, but it's still a case of that's blood.
Oh.
I think you might need a prestidigitation or some kind of other cantrip to get rid
I'm
of
not going to prestidigitate in front of a guard with no gauntlets. Not happening.
it. I mean, that's fair enough.
If Talon's learned one lesson, it's that.
Do I know that you have prestidigitation?
You have seen Talon cast it, but he is not volunteering it right now.
And I will. Okay. Okay. Let me make a wisdom roll because I want to see if Onyx would think of this because this is very Rita thought.
Okay.
No, never mind.
Alright, you want me with that charisma roll then?
Yep. I guess so.
Persuasion.
Can I give him an advantage on this for
he
helping?
has advantage, yeah. You're helping.
Okay.
So he
Why
has
is- why
It's not gonna help.
Why is that wisdom box empty on the stream?
Is
I
it?
don't
It's 11 and
know.
14 for me.
Hang on, let's have a look at it on the stream. It's empty on the stream. That's so
Oh,
weird.
just filled in.
It's just filled in. Okay, it's just delayed.
Strange.
Yes.
Persuasion. Here we go. 16. Oh, that's not bad.
Okay, 16's better than it could be.
Has a bit of a look, and he takes some of the rags that you've wrapped the meat in, and sort of goes, well, what is your business in town? Are you leaving today, or are you doing anything further?
We were just meeting friends. I think we're intending to move away today, but I won't know until we have a confer, see if they finished the work they were working on.
Yeah, they came here to do some business, but if the business is concluded, we'll leave.
Yeah.
If you're staying here another night, I would like this one, he says, pointing at Gardner, to return here so we can investigate the size of that marking, see if it is something more dangerous. But I'll take it on face value for now that it is some kind of skin discoloration.
Hmm.
Thank you, kind guard.
Yeah.
We will
Appreciate it.
be out of
Yeah.
your hair.
Yeah. If we need to stay another night, we will come back.
Of course. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And as we are out of earshot of the gate, I will say to Gardner, why did you say it was a skin coloration? Just like in a half whisper. Just say you rubbed some herbs on your face.
I don't think that would have stood up to scrutiny any better.
Look, anyway.
Onyx's skin is too dark for me to be able to say this, but in real life, I've gotten moss stains on my skin. They don't come off without soap. Anyway.
Right. Anyway, let's get back to the
What was
pub
that
and meet
noise?
the others for
That's right.
breakfast.
Yep. You make your way towards the Fleisch and Kartoffeln. Violet, Celia had room service delivered for you.
Oh yeah, fuck that then. Fuck breakfast. Stay in bed.
Okay, well, I'm assuming we'll find Wesley and have breakfast with Wesley at the very least.
Yeah. Well, Wesley, you arrive at the table, sort of expecting people to come down from above, and basically you're confronted with a somewhat natural-smelling Onyx Talon Gardener combination, avec meat of hastily butchered deer.
I'm not sure they're gonna appreciate that being inside.
Yeah, as you
We'll just
come
have
in,
to-
almost immediately, the bartender goes, "Hey, you're tripping on my floor."
Well,
Let's.
I'm dripping. There shouldn't be any blood left in the meat.
It's a fresh kill, mate. Unless you're going to vacuum pack that thing, it's going to have some blood.
Oh.
No, it will be what's it called? Tissue fluid, but not blood. You bleed the carcass, otherwise it's
Anyway,
Are
going
Yeah.
you
to
like
arguing me
several
about what you're
are-
spilling on the floor?
Look.
Fair enough.
I would probably like if there's a well on the way, then I would have stopped and cleaned up there.
Okay. Also, stopping. Sacrificing another bit of cloth to appease the barman at this point because.
For goodness
Fine,
sake,
fine.
do you want that dress?
I'll go
'Cause
pack
you can,
it up.
you can take it to the kitchen. I'll get it dressed for you.
Yes, thank you.
All right. He gestures you back to the kitchen. It's probably a very large, expensive kitchen, and you plonk it down in front of the chef, and it's the bartender goes, "Get it dressed." You and your lot, I don't like them, but you do good business, so I'm not going to cause a fuss this time.
Thank you.
Right,
And I'll ask the chef. Do you have any preserving salts?
Why, yes, of course I do. I am trained from Ustium.
Oh no.
I see. Never been to Ustium, but if you
Liar.
You have never been
if
to
we could-
Ustium, you are poor uncultured swine. But it is a shame that many of your countrymen shall.
Just gonna sit down and start
Who?
eating breakfast.
Your countrymen.
anyway, where do you think I'm from?
There's somewhere that is not Ustium, therefore it is crap.
I see. I see. That makes more sense. I would love it if you could help me butcher and pack this meat.
Well, you've already tried to butcher it once already, but I will do what I can to correct your mistakes. Bring me the waxproof paper and the preserving salts, and it'll take me some time, so you may return to your place and suckle upon the fantastic meats of my own relevation.
Well, that
Onyx
is
will
the
kind of
worst
wrinkle her
way.
nose at the phrase "suck on my meats," and then she'll go back to the common room.
Yeah.
Yep.
Talon's
Absolute worst way anyone has ever described breakfast.
Talon's gonna probably just catch Onyx's eye. She just turns to the table and just sort of say, "Are you all right?"
The way the cook spoke to me kind of put me off breakfast.
What did he say?
I really don't want to repeat it in polite company.
I'm sure. Okay.
Thank you for speaking with the guard as well. Definitely helped smooth things over, those cuts, I think.
Hmm.
I wouldn't have done to keep you outside the city or in a holding cell.
Yeah, and there was quite a lot of deer.
Doesn't mean you're off the hook, though.
Did you at
Anyway,
least?
What hook?
do you seriously not know why I'm upset?
If I'm being totally honest, no, not really.
Ugh. And Onyx will just not elaborate and turn away from Gardner.
Talon's kind of going to glance across at Gardner and kind of just sort of say, "Well, you did sort of take off on your own."
Can we not?
Okay.
So,
Talon.
Wesley, what happened here in the evening without the rest of us?
Wesley will swallow a piece of food he was munching on and say, "What do you mean?"
You stayed here while we left the city, so I assume maybe some happenings?
Just
Tell us the
silly
cause.
stuff.
City stuff.
Well, I'm kind of glad about that, to be honest, because when things happen, they're usually bad.
I suppose.
Aye.
Talon's going to start eating.
If something would have transpired, we wouldn't be having breakfast right now.
I suppose that's fair.
But,
Are Violet
how
and
was,
Celia still?
how was the forest? Still foresty?
Clean, open, exhilarating. Like usual.
Right.
Caught a good deer.
I noticed.
Are Violet and Celia still around?
I have not seen them.
But you have heard them? What does that mean?
I have not seen them since last night.
Well,
So I don't know if they're still around, but I assume they are.
Oh, okay.
Talon's probably just gonna do a little bit of a 1,000-yard stare and then just carry on eating breakfast.
If only
Gardner
messages
is-
Also,
Gardner is not eating at all, just kind of looking at Onyx with a slightly confused frown.
also, no names.
Oh, yes.
Hmm.
Too late. Never mind.
As you say that, Wesley, and sort of trigger a bit of that natural cautionary response that Onyx has had, Onyx, you kind of glance around. The bar's fairly empty right now, given that it's breakfast time. There's a few people dropping down, but it's pretty empty. However, in the corner of the room, somewhere where there's the most shadow, you get the sensation you're being looked at by someone sitting there.
I will, without actually turning my head in that direction, try to get a look through the corner of my eye. Is there any detail, or are they too obscured?
The figure is wearing, well, what you would consider ranger clothing, much as yourself, wood dappled, some elements of leather protection, and they have a hood which is covering their face from view.
I see. Onyx will kind of sit there for a moment thinking, and then using the newly taught symbols to Talon, going to attempt to convey one opponent nearby silence. So that's 3 symbols.
Okay.
And Lokti can decide how well he
I'm
understood
gonna,
that.
I'm gonna give him an intelligence roll and see how well this goes. Oh dear.
Does signing not look conspicuous enough for somebody to be like, oh, they're communicating?
Yeah, but you don't know what the message is.
Yeah.
And also I can do them pretty quick.
And Locty rolled a 7.
Yep, I
That
rolled a
is fair.
7. So...
Too quick for Talon.
Apparently,
Too
Talon
quick
can't
for-
read them quick.
Yeah.
How do you say, can you speak a bit slower in sign language?
Well,
Did not teach that yet.
okay. What was the message there? Sorry, can you just repeat it just so I can work out how much Talon's actually absorbed?
None.
It
You're
was-
all 7. What?
Yeah, I don't think any, but the message started with one opponent. So if you got anything, it was that.
Right, okay, that's probably it.
You would also get the silence, I guess.
Yeah, probably
That's an agreement.
out of all the signs I imagine most coming up, it's the one that I think Onyx was taught the most, which is definitely be quiet or silence.
Right, okay, in that case, well, the reaction from Talon is to immediately kind of become very interested in his breakfast and just start eating almost mechanically
Mm-hmm.
and not saying anything further.
As far as you can tell, Onyx, Talon got the message.
Yep, that's fair.
So proud.
So, when are our friends going to join us? Do you know, Wesley? You said you hadn't seen them.
That's right, so I don't know.
Hmm. Can you perhaps do something about that?
Let's finish breakfast and give them a chance. And that's all Talon's going to say.
Fair enough.
Okay, so you all
Onyx
can-
doesn't know there's breakfast on bed. Like,
breakfast on bed. Well, I mean, it would be by the end of it, but yes.
Well, maybe if they get really enthusiastic.
So you guys continue eating, and I guess Violet.
And so do we.
Oh yes, everything is consumed.
oh come on.
But how long do you think you spend up there with Celia, or do you think you're gonna sort of?
I think Celia would have to drag her out of there because Violet is completely content.
Okay, so you guys are waiting for a little bit of a time, and eventually, I think Talon probably would get the message from Celia of, "We're busy. Be down in an hour or so."
Wow,
did
she
you manage
didn't
to get
wait
off?
until an intermission.
Wow.
Do you
managed
honestly
to
think
get-
Violet gives intermissions?
I count from 9 to 2.
Right, so
Did she use that same hand to cast the somatic components?
What is wrong with you?
Jesus.
Right, well, that's the psychic damage. Yeah, Talon is just kind of. What would he reply to that? It's just the case. What would he do?
Wait, the sun sending to a message to Celia?
No,
Not
You
Violet?
can respond to the message, so
I know that's
No,
not
Celia
agonizing.
sent one to us.
yeah.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
Talon was the unfortunate recipient here, so I'm just deciding what the hell Talon would do with that.
Oh no.
That's why I asked if the same hand was being used for the
I would
somatic
just say he will
components.
say, "We will be outside of the square." I think is probably what he'll say. And then he'll kind of make a move to get up and just say, "Look, they're going to be an hour. Let's go outside."
What? Why aren't you waiting here?
I think waiting outside is a good idea. Let's get
For an
get a-
hour?
Let's get a fresh breath of air. Move your
Yeah.
muscles. Do a stretch. You don't have to sit in a stuffy bar in the morning.
Yeah, let's get out there and have some exercise. Come on.
Okay. So,
Dragging
of course.
Wesley by his collar out of the bar.
right.
No,
so
let's. Oh, for God's sake, don't do that.
No, I know. That's just a joke. It's just
But-
a joke.
Yeah.
The four of you leave the bar, head over to the town square. It's not much to speak of, really. A few benches sitting in, some planters, the war memorial that has already been referenced.
Is there any shops or anything we could go in?
There's a few shops right around the place,
Okay.
basic travelers' supplies, that kind of stuff.
Did the chef bring by the finished the meat?
He did,
Before
yes.
we
You
left.
have some.
Yeah.
You have some wax papered parcels of meat.
Okay. I mean,
Excellent.
we could look. Are we going to eat those or are we going to sell them? Because we've got an hour.
We can.
How
we
much
can do-
was
we can
the
at
breakfast,
least
by the way?
It's being paid for by Mandra. He's being generous in this regard.
How much is several? Do I need to roll like a d6?
What for the meat packages?
Yeah.
Yeah, roll me a d6. We'll see how many you get.
Oh,
Well, that
6
was one.
salted deer.
This guy knows what he's doing, huh?
And
He
that was
really
one-
does.
It was
yeah.
trained in the finest chefs in Ostium.
It doesn't
Yep.
make him any less of a bellend.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I suppose we could sell it, but now that it's salted and packaged properly, this will keep. If we're ever on the run or can't
Okay.
find any game, we can eat it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Are there any supplies that we're missing? Has everyone got rope, for example?
I got rope. I got arrows.
I had rope. I might have used it.
Do you have a tent?
Why do we need a tent?
That's a good question.
It's
I've-
more if you have a tent, you definitely have rope.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look. But Wesley doesn't have that.
Actually, I've
Wesley,
been thinking.
sorry, carry on.
No, you can go. You were.
I was just going to say, Wesley, go and buy some rope.
I have rope.
You said you might have used it. Oh, for crying out loud!
very.
Can the four
I
of
was
you
thinking
make a
of perhaps
perception
getting-
check?
Sure.
Everyone or?
Everyone. That's why I said the four of you.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I missed the
okay,
start of the
14.
sentence.
Have
Oh,
I rolled any?
That's the wrong
decent
one.
today?
That's the wrong one.
That's
Ah.
performance.
I know. and
Look
it's
at us,
supposed to be-
14s.
Oh
Okay, that'll be
my-
a 20 with my Celial knowledge.
Oh.
Can you use that on something that you're not?
Okay, Talon is too occupied berating Wesley about rope.
Are we doing passive perception floor? Because then mine is an 18.
No, it's just I'm just using the perception. That's
Okay,
a
fair
different
enough.
thing. So, okay, as you are all sitting, sort of having this conversation, Gardner, yourself, and also Onyx, because you were already alerted to it, so you're getting a bonus there. You both notice that while they're not directly sort of, sitting there and staring at you, there is a figure that is trying to stay unseen and keeping an eye on your group.
Is it the same one?
Yep, appears to be.
Okay, and
And
can
you
we
don't
see
see
any
it.
better Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Onyx will say, remember yesterday in front of the bridge?
Yes.
Again.
Huh.
I'll look at Wesley and Talon to see if they understood what I meant there.
Yeah, Talon's immediately kind of more on the alert, but he's keeping his attention on Onyx. What do we
What
do
happened
about it?
yesterday?
Don't worry about it.
What do we do about it?
If they are, and she'll like kind of just nod in the direction we came, then we can't. We also don't know how much they can. Listen, maybe we should go check out some shops, like you said.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make that sound like two separate sentences, but hopefully the message came across.
Follow your lead.
And I'll start looking for kind of a like an artisan, like a leatherworking shop. I'm looking to buy a set of skin scrapers and knives so I can get hides prepared in the wild.
Okay. There's a few craftsman shops around that you can purchase those tools from.
Yep, might as well flog the hide to them as well.
If they'll take it.
Yeah, I expect they probably would. How much we'll get for it is another question, but I can't imagine they'd
Yeah.
refuse it.
It's fresh, but it's also bloody, so
Yeah.
they're probably more used to getting pre-scraped hide because it's not drippy.
Yeah, as you're sort of, as shopping around, you can easily find an artisan's tool shop. They have no interest in buying the hide.
Yeah, that's
They
fair.
take one look at that and
That's
go,
fair.
"Why are you trying to sell me this?"
Yeah, fair enough. How much for a set of leatherworking stools? So I can prepare hides like this so they don't go bad.
You have the skills, or are you looking to be trained as well?
I have the skills.
I know someone who does a very good course in this.
How long does the course take?
Oh, 6, maybe 8 months.
I'll just buy the tools.
Yeah, we'll take the
Alright.
course if it's required.
He pulls out a leather satchel which has got a cleansing knife, a couple of scrapers, a few brushes for the preparation of the hide, and a small selection of some of the ingredients which are necessary to create the ammonia-like liquid that will cure the hide, at least temporarily. All in all, this I can sell it to you for 10 gold.
Pay you 5?
5 gold? You trying to rob me blind here, sir?
I will look. Here, he'll hand Onyx.
I said, Talon.
Your friend is trying to
Okay.
pay for you. I would not ask him not to. He's a very generous young
Okay.
man.
Onyx will kind of pinch the bridge of her nose and go, "Thank you, Talon."
Ah, yes, thank you very much, Mr. Talon. And I assume you've got 10 gold, in which case they're going to just straight out your hand.
Yeah, he realised too late you were trying to haggle there. I thought he just. Sorry, he's so used to God not having money.
And
I mean, you say it like it's this regular thing. Like it's been like twice.
yeah, anytime someone's asking for money. And
Once is an accident, twice is a pattern.
3 times his enemy action.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
he takes the gold off you and slides it across and goes, thank you very much, sirs. I wish you a most pleasant day.
Nod and
Yeah.
reluctant smile, and Onyx will, as they are leaving the shop, she'll try and see if the follower is waiting outside, like out of view. Now
As
that
far-
we have kind of a barrier of shadows and lesser lights to work with.
Unless you guys are doing anything deliberate to try and obfuscate, like leave through a back entrance or something along those lines, they continue to shadow you at a distance. You can tell this is not the first time that they have done this. They are experienced in tracking and shadowing, notably even in an urban environment, because this is not like trying to do it in a forest.
Okay.
Very well.
Talon at this point will kind of quietly glance at Onyx and
Oh,
say,
before I forget, Talon, roll another d6.
It's
been a long
yeah,
rest.
it's been a long rest. We will have 6
Yay!
whole hit points. 6 whole hit points.
Who gets it? Do you have to be present while
Yes,
they're
you
rolling
don't
this?
get it. You're not there.
Damn it! You know what? I'm
The
still
one
better
time.
off, so fuck
No,
you.
no, you're fine. You're
the
fine.
pain.
I think you've got a very good reason to
Uh,
skip that one, but
Yeah, no, I think you're fine. You're having a good time on your own. Sorry, you were saying something, Lochte. I interrupted
that's
you
fine,
because I
that's
thought
fine.
you were gonna forget.
No, you're absolutely right. I always forget. Yeah, Talon will kind of glance at Onyx and say, "Look, this is frankly getting annoying. Should we do something?"
We could confront.
I feel perhaps we should wait. Once the others rejoin us, we can check with them if this is
Confront who?
a friend of theirs.
Wesley, shut up. I suppose so.
I would
Yeah.
not want to make a scene with someone who is a friend.
Well, when I say confront, I don't mean violently, but we can at least call
No.
them out.
Of course, but if they are known, then would perhaps reflect badly on Violet.
True.
I doubt she set them to
I-
watch us.
Don't know who you're talking about, but are you going to leave Violet unaware?
That's the thing. I think we should be a team
Mhm.
if we do this.
All right, fine. Let's just continue shopping.
How long has it
Okay,
been about?
Wesley will have a look around and look for like a magic shop.
I would also like to say I was specifically like murmuring that.
Yeah, no, I was
yeah.
whispering as well, but then Wesley yelled, so like.
Well, I yelled, but I was talking at the same volume as you guys.
Yeah, that was a whisper conversation amongst ourselves.
No,
okay.
I figured as much.
Okay, so
yeah.
sorry, that was me interpreting Wiz's voice for what
But I
Wesley
mean,
was doing.
we've demonstrated before that whispering on the actual stream doesn't work.
Yeah,
It's
that
true.
is whispering in general. Discord doesn't work. You try the stage, which in reality is those all. I am talking quietly, but you can still hear.
Well, no,
So-
I'm just
Do
talking
you have a
normally-
specific? Sorry, I thought we were done.
Carry on.
Wesley, do you have a specific goal in mind at the shop? Because I don't think we have time to go shopping.
Oh god, please spare me the shopping. Oh my
Also-
god.
Also,
That's what I'm trying to avoid.
if you
Anakin.
glance
Yeah.
around,
Yeah.
this is a small village.
They're not gonna have a
town.
magic
They
shop.
do not have a magic shop. No, they have a
there
few
you go.
places which are peddling things they refer to as magic items, but they are, along the lines of if you hold this stone in your hands, it will slightly glow.
Alright, so Wesley is just wanting to get the full story, but nobody's telling it to him.
Yep.
Okay, well,
They
So he wants
do
to
have
be in a.
they do have some good paper and ink shops, though. If that's something that interests you.
yeah, that would be decent to get. Yeah, when we get a quiet moment, Talon will whisper across to Wesley to say there is somebody following the group.
Okay.
If we happen to come across a relevant place, I would like to try and find out how much I can expect to pay for brewer's tools.
Oh, there's artisan shops.
You were in the artisan tool shop. Do you know brewery?
You want to get? You
Yes.
want to make beer?
You're trained in brewer's tools.
I am, yes.
Okay.
I'm just astonished that you will have the training and not the tools. Seems
Okay,
Yeah,
now the
very
thing with
bad timing.
Onyx
Oh wait,
is
no,
that
sorry.
she has
I
a.
don't have brewer's tools specifically. What I do have is the ability to magically help along yeast.
What? Okay, I don't know what that is, but what I have is
My
the
druid-
ability to.
My druid stuff is spore based, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but how does that help you with brewer's tools? Like,
it means you can fail the roll on a much shorter time span.
I guess so.
That's what I'm getting from this.
What I was gonna say is that, as Shatter Kai, I have an ability to change one of my tool proficiencies. So I'm going to
Okay.
change one into leatherworking.
Okay.
But that's mechanical. You
Yeah,
wouldn't know that. So
that's-
she just says that she has the skills.
That's fine. As you go in, as you ask about it, the shopkeeper will go, so you got something, have you got something to contain this? Because it sort of pulls out the brewer's supplies. It's a large glass jug, it's got a siphon, it's got sort of bit of tubing. You may need something to hold this in.
Yes, I am not necessarily looking to purchase right now. More getting an idea of what I can expect to pay. If
For
we
a
do,
full equipment list, this would be at the very least 40, 50 gold.
okay. And how much does a fermentation barrel normally cost?
You'd have to go to a proper supplier there. I don't have a fermentation barrel.
Fair enough. Thank you for the information. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Of course.
Onyx will lead us back to the square,
Mhm.
and assuming that with travel time, that was about an hour.
Yep. So
Okay.
roughly an hour or so has been passing. In that time, yes.
If there is a moment or a place that Wesley can see where he can cast a sending from without being observed, he would do so. But
You'd have to
Well-
probably go into a building or something like that to do that.
Yeah.
So someone privately.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, if we're going back towards the tavern, because he's gonna say,
Well, you were heading to the square last I heard, so not towards the tavern.
is a tavern near the square?
I mean, everything's kind of near the square. It's in the middle of the town.
Well, this
Okay.
this is where I said to Celia that we would be, and she said give us an hour. So we're getting close to the meeting point at this point.
We can wait here.
Pretty sure it's been an hour.
Yeah.
Pretty sure you could have
Yeah.
So
post forwarded the hour.
Yeah, it's been roughly an hour. Violet, as you're eventually being forced to leave the confines of the bedroom, as you get outside, dressed, Mandrab is leaning against a wall, big smile on his face. Pleasant evening?
What did he say?
Pleasant evening?
Oh, pleasant. Yes, all of it. What do you want?
Oh, before I forget, can you roll me a d8?
Who?
You, Violet.
Oh, okay. I can roll a d8. If it's something good. 2.
You gain 2 temporary hit points from Celia.
Ha!
You could have had
Another
6.
6.
You could have had sex.
Oh,
Six,
I knew that was coming. I knew
It's
that was
about the
coming.
same thing.
Oh,
Okay.
dear
Okay,
me.
rush me to the burn unit. Fair enough.
Yeah. He smiles and he holds out a hand.
Am I supposed to kiss it?
I said it was alone, a love.
The ring.
Oh, the ring. Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I'm a nice guy, and I'm sure you will remember these favors kindly next time.
Oh, I definitely will. Thank you.
Oh, you're gonna be trouble.
Well, I know trouble.
Which way are you heading? Because if it's down towards the can, there's going to be a few more things that you need to worry about. I've received word from the bloke I left in charge back there that they're tightening up things. He leans in close. It's gone symptomatic.
What do you mean?
People are noticing rashes, fevers.
Fuck. Then maybe it's a good thing you're leaving Hakan.
No, it's not in Akan. This is back in Ustium, but knowledge trickles in various directions.
Well, stay away from people with rush. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, well, we'll do what we can. It's a matter of trying to sift the truth from the lies at the moment, because, if I was to believe everything, apparently, after 2 days, you turn purple and your dick explodes.
What?
People make up shit. Or
Oh,
exaggerate.
that's fair enough.
Yeah. The shitty world we live in. Well,
You don't have to tell me.
you're going to have fun heading towards Narantis?
I think we're heading westwards
Oh,
for now.
well, if there's any way you're not going to find the plague, it'll be the steps, so enjoy it.
Thank you. Well, yep. Anyway,
We're going to stay here another couple days and then head off. I would ask if you'd like to say goodbye to the lads, but, well, as far as I can work out, Korag's still unconscious. He drank a bit too much last night. Lillian has gone out and found something to explode. And fuck knows where Longshanks is.
Well, I don't feel bad not saying goodbye to them because I've never said hello to them.
You are a very rude person.
I really am, aren't I? So are you, kinda.
No, I'm a dick, but there's a slight difference.
That's fair enough. So don't turn purple and explode.
You see him hold his breath for a moment. But there is a minute colour change, but nowhere near anything appropriate. Alright. I'll take care of her. You have my word.
You better.
He then reaches over and tries to tousle your hair. I don't know if you're going to let him do that.
Absolutely fucking not, no.
Sort of backhand the hand away, like sort of.
Yeah, pretty much sidestep and slap his hand away.
Yep. Celia kind of leaves the room and seeing Mandrab there flushes deeply. But she will turn and say, "It looks like I have to now leave you. So."
Can you move it?
Mandrab goes,
No.
fine.
Thank
I
you.
would say just fuck already, but that time has passed.
Keep walking, old man.
Yeah, he leaves. And Celia sort of gently presses her forehead against yours. Your friends said they'd meet you in the square. I don't think I want to say goodbye publicly to them, so
I'll tell him you said bye.
I want my last memory to be of you.
Don't make it sound so final.
We will meet again. This is not goodbye. But as
Yeah.
the Praxians would say, auf Wiedersehen.
Remember your promise to stay safe.
Remember
I
your
love you.
promise to not go into danger.
I did not do such a thing.
Or try not
I
to anyway.
said to the best of my. Oh, I forgot something. Now it feels kind of stupid.
Say it. Fine.
Violet will turn red. I made you something ugly.
Oh? What?
She'll go into her pocket and take out an ogre's like fang that's cut like in spiral. That's red in blood because she poked her hands trying to do this, and it has like a blue feather attached and the leather strap that Talon attached to it as a hanger. And she'll say, I don't know why I thought I could do what you do. I just
Celia cuts you off by kissing you on the mouth. Takes it from your, I imagine, somewhat numb hands at this point.
Yeah.
It is beautiful.
For sure.
And I love it. And she immediately puts it on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mm,
You make it look beautiful.
I will always wear it so I can remember you. No matter how far away we are.
That's a deal. And I'll figure out how to maybe visit you sometimes.
Keep practicing with what we discovered, and perhaps it will be more personal than ascending.
Perhaps. And she'll hug her tightly and say, I love you so much.
I love you too, my soul. Okay.
And then
so
she'll try not to look at her because fuck, and walk away.
you both kind of retreat from each other, and Violet, you find yourself moving through the tavern and wandering to the square.
Yeah.
Where you see your friends kind of milling around a little bit, waiting for you.
So, what'd you get up to?
Okay, Talon is immediately gonna draw her attention to our watcher.
How?
I mean, that's a
Right.
fair question.
Yeah, that's fair. He is just gonna tap her on the arm and nudge, sort of nod towards the guy and just say,
Make her
Oh,
look
okay.
straight
He's
at
gonna tell the guy that we know.
"Oh, what?
Hang on, he's doing
Come on.
it. He's doing it. It's what
Yeah,
Talon
Can I
you
not-
does.
can't
can I
stop
not do
now.
this?
Can I
not-
I'm letting you cook.
Guys.
I'm letting you cook.
Let him try.
Hang on, do I not get an opportunity to do this subtly?
You do. It's a sleight of hand check, which is what I was going to
Thank
say.
you.
I just let the man try.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
All I was
sorry.
asking is how. I'm okay with whatever he's doing.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'm sorry.
If you're
Is
really
he
lucky,
actually like
it'll
a-
go better than my attempt earlier.
You never know.
I have lost the. Hang on. Sorry, I've lost my Roll20 window. Right, okay, sleight of hand. Granted, this is not Talon's forte, but he's at least trying.
Yes.
So that's a stealth roll. No, sleight of hand is that one there.
It
so,
will be the one
sleight-
called sleight of hand.
Yep, 15.
Oh, that's
hey,
pretty
you got
good.
exactly the same.
Yeah. So you
I don't have my serial knowledge, but there we go.
you sort of see Talon turn and gesture, and Val, can you make me a quick perception check as you do
Okay.
so? With
Is it with
advantage because
advantage?
you've been pointed
Okay.
out. Yeah.
Please don't fuck it up. I fucked it up. I'll spend my inspiration.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I fucked it up again. Oh no,
Oh,
19
no.
is.
No, it's
Oh,
only one
that's-
roll with inspiration, I'm afraid.
You're right. 14.
14. Okay, you do look in that direction, and for a moment you're kind of wondering what the hell's going on. As Violet's looking that way, Onyx, Gardner, you two have got the highest perception. You've been paying attention in that direction the entire time, effectively. When Talon made the gesture, pointing, and Violet kind of glanced in that direction, the figure immediately, not sort of in a shock way, but they were meandering around, and now they have suddenly turned slightly and started walking down as a path away from your group. Still wearing a full hooded clothing. Violet, there's a lot of people that could have been. You're not sure who he was pointing out.
Violet will send a message to Onyx.
Right?
Onyx,
Are you
you're
subtle
fucking-
spelling that, or because you know?
No.
Okay.
No.
People will see then because it's a.
Oh fuck! But subtle spelling. I forget about the. Yeah, subtle spell.
Okay.
You know what? I'll just
Oh,
whisper to her.
by-
She's right here.
The way
Yeah,
is,
say-
is Violet
Onyx.
or is
She's Violet.
Okay.
Onyx, you're tracking shit.
Right. I will, as I see the guy kind of walk into this corridor, how far away is he?
Not corridor, more road. At
Road.
this stage, he's probably about, I would say, at the very least, about 40, 50 feet away.
Right, I think that's slightly too far. Let me check.
Talon direction.
No, that's enough. Okay, so trying to stay surreptitious, kind of working through her hair, taking out a small leaf and then flicking it, and with that flicking motion, she will send the bloodhound's tattoo in the direction of the guy that is walking away.
Okay. I believe
Can I see who she's targeting?
Well, on that front, I'm going to ask first off for a sleight of hand roll. If your passive perception, it's,
Oh, damn!
Natural 20, 28.
I'm going to say
Nice.
probably not Violet.
Okay, well,
Hmm.
she's just asked Talon to.
I'll say as a reply to the message while I do this.
I did not send you a message. I whispered.
Oh, you didn't? You whispered.
it was
Never
whispered.
mind then. You did,
Okay.
you did. No, that's my bad. I misremembered.
So it is a saving throw, correct?
Yes, it's a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah,
But if he doesn't know that I'm here, then I have disadvantage on dexterity saving
Oh,
throws.
he knows.
He knows you're here.
Yeah, but I did sleight of hand, right?
Yeah, but it means he's so basically he's on alert, as it were. So if something comes towards him, he's going to be like, and just flinch.
But he's facing away from us.
Let me make
Okay,
this
I
statement
feel-
clear. If you were in the opposite situation, you'd be arguing for the no disadvantage saving throw so hard that my head would turn blue.
You are fair. You are in the right. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Okay, you feel the tattoo launch out, and then just as it's about to sort of bite, you just watch him watch this figure juke to the side and then sprint.
Didn't get him. I'll say under my breath.
Well, that at least makes him obvious. Talon's going to start heading in that direction.
Yeah, basically at the same time as I said, Onyx fucking uses your spells. I also said Talon direction, and I'm gonna start following Talon.
Yeah, Talon. Well, as soon as the guy starts running, Talon's going to point him out and say, "That one."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're now chasing.
Chasing.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All
Apparently
right.
we are chasing.
So
as,
you, yeah.
I sent a message in the public. Well, no.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to that stage, mate. Okay, so you charge forwards after him.
Yep, just no magic. Just gonna book it after him.
Okay. The second that they see you doing that, they are quick, like real quick. What's your
How
speed?
far away?
40.
You notice, Talon, that you are not catching up. If anything, he's pulling away.
Okay. Wow. Right.
And by the time that you've sort of gotten everything together, Val, I'd say that he's at least 120 feet away. And
I'll send a message to him, or them, whoever they are,
okay, what are you sending?
and I'm sending.
Oh, is it subtle, by the way, or is it full on?
Can I also sleight of hand it?
So what Onyx did wasn't a spell technically; it was using the tattoo. So
It's a magic item.
yeah.
Okay, I'm still spelling it then. And sending us a message that says, "I want to talk. Stop."
Tell him to stop chasing me, and I will.
Violet will immediately put out her hand to the side to stop Talon.
Talon's
Okay,
already
Talon.
gone. Talon went straight away.
Yeah, Talon's already on the move.
Okay, message to Talon. Talon, stop.
Okay.
You stop.
Yeah, I'm stopping. I'm
Another
stopping. I'm
message
keeping-
to Onyx. Stand down.
Okay, Onyx was about to cast Longstrider and also start running, so yeah, she'll go from ready to sprint to just standing there.
Okay.
What's wrong? Why have we stopped?
Can I spot somewhere I can duck out of sight of, like, the view of most people?
Not really. In fact, this whole thing has drawn a lot of attention to you as the guy sprinted off, and Talon sprinted off after him. So there are now people glancing between your group and everything else. You think you have to go down a couple roads and dip behind a building before you'd be probably out of view, Gardener.
I'm gonna send another message and say, "They're standing down. Please."
You see him just come to a bit of a halt and turn around.
Talon's
and-
just standing there watching him, but he's not chasing.
and he heads back towards where you guys are. And he just sort of goes, "Oh, the pickpocket ran away. Thanks for trying, though. I couldn't catch him."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Things
what are you
is-
gonna do?
Just
These things
trying to
happen.
do our civic duty.
Transit City.
He continues keeping his face shrouded. That was a bit impolite.
You were watching us.
I was watching you. It's a free city.
That's fair enough, I suppose.
Following us for a while.
Yeah.
I
it
was
a little bit-
interested.
What is your interest in this?
Oh, not you. Her, he says, pointing at Onyx.
Okay.
Me.
What is your interest in her?
The figure reaches up and flicks back the hood, revealing a pair of lengthy ears.
Oh,
I haven't seen one of your kind outside of Krios before.
What kind? What do I recognize? Is he a wood elf? What is happening?
It's an elf, probably a wood or a high elf, but you'd imagine a wood given the sort of the skills they've deployed.
Oh, cousin. I
What do you mean,
was
your
unaware
kind?
that you were here.
And that was kind of the point.
Mm.
He
I have
drops
my
into
reasons for being
Elven.
here.
He drops into Elven. I'm assuming that those two, he says, pointing at Wesley and Violet, can still understand
I'm gonna
us.
pretend I don't understand him.
That's fair. Make me a
I have
deception
no
roll
idea.
on that. Okay. Wesley, what are you doing?
It's not that hard.
I'll just shrug and nod.
23.
23. Okay, I'll make an insight on you.
I'm sure my ears are very. That's all.
I just...
Apparently that one can.
I think they
We talk-
both can. That one's pretending.
damn.
Nat 20 on the
He bit-
insight.
Wait, do skills work like that?
What? Insight versus deception? Yeah.
No,
If-
natural 20.
If
Sorry.
his modifiers,
His modifier made it a 27, so yeah.
Oh.
He's a ranger rogue. It's a wisdom based class. He's looking at. He goes, I was just interested and curious because I would have thought your duties would have kept you at home.
I don't know what you know about my duties, but I do know it's not your thing. Your right to know. So perhaps back off.
I was invited here. I didn't do anything other than look.
That's fair.
I was heading off today anyway. I thought maybe we could have a private conversation at some juncture, but you kept wandering around with these lot.
Strength in numbers. Stay with the team.
Hunt alone, be unseen.
Good way to get killed by a predator of a predator. Plenty of those in Krios.
Fewer last time I was there.
It's getting worse.
Is it opening?
You know.
I have family.
I am unsure. Rumors only. The elders don't share that easily.
They never have. You're trying to find a solution? An answer?
Wasn't my initial goal, but I have found many possibilities out here that I'd never imagined. So perhaps.
Oh. I wish you the best of luck then. Are you traveling northward? Or crossing the
West.
bridge? Or crossing
the bridge.
A pity. My employer has some useful individuals that could go with you, but it looks like we're going the wrong way. Thought as much.
Onyx is a little bit uncomfortable with this stranger knowing so many of her people's secrets. And her social skills are not the strongest, so it's kind of showing. But she's trying to keep a brave face.
He's
And she
still
said-
speaking Elven?
Yes,
Sorry.
Yes, this entire conversation has been in Elven.
indeed.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Talon-
but he knows I understand it, and he's still talking.
Yeah.
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 Well, Talon doesn't understand a word of it, and he's
Onyx has been keeping the actual secrets like down low, just like kind of alluding to them, which is the best you can do. In
You
a
don't have to
situation like
explain
Yeah,
your
we
role
get- we
play.
get it, we get
Just
it.
keep.
Okay.
What
okay.
did you say Talon was going to be doing, Lottie?
because he hasn't understood this entire conversation, so he's eventually going to say to Onyx, "We should get moving." In common.
Wizzy's going to ask the guy in Elven, who is your employer?
Don't you worry your pretty little head about that.
A secret, then fair enough.
I think everybody here has secrets.
Onyx
Mm,
will say, "Clear forest paths, fine hunts," and make a short bow with like a strange body language that you
Finance?
fine.
fine hunts.
Find
And
He's,
to,
the figure will nod and
find one.
hold out a hand to shake yours.
she'll shake his hand back, kind of grasping the lower arm.
Yeah. He leans in closer to do so. Longshanks.
And you guys, come on. And Onyx will turn around to Talon and say, "You're right. We should get going."
This is normally the point where you say your name.
Onyx. Oh, sorry. I thought. Fuck. I thought I had, but I get confused because I get a million messages in my ears. No, that's blaming other people. I was just distracted. That's the problem. Onyx.
He smiles, and then, unless anyone stops him, walks away.
Yep, I will let him.
Yeah, no, I'll let him. And then I'll turn around and say to Talon, "You're right. Let's go."
Mhm.
Sorry, I immediately started blaming people rather than owning up to the fact that I got distracted.
Yes.
That's my bad.
Can I stop this guy?
Yeah, you can probably grab him. He's not trying to move out.
Do I see under his hood?
He's taken the hood off. He's an elf.
He's just an elf, just like a regular ass elf.
I mean, that's what you can get from looking at his skin. And
Okay,
that
fair
stuff.
enough.
That's a bit
Inside
rude.
then.
What are you trying to insight? Sorry, what are you trying to get?
Is he a regular ass elf?
I'm not sure. That'd be an insight check. That's probably more perception or investigation. But what other kind of elf are you thinking he might be? Like a Shadowkai?
Tell me what to roll.
He might be an ass elf.
I'll call this an investigation check because you're trying to ascertain something about them.
6.
6. Yeah, it looks like a regular ass elf there. You know.
Are you planning on tracking us?
I'm heading the other way with my many friends.
She'll let go. Oh, is that so?
Yeah, you know a couple of them already. I just think it's unwise to stand in the front. The rafters are bloody uncomfortable.
Fair enough. Well then, find Hans, whoever that is.
I don't know. I do this mostly on my own. They've got their own sayings. Don't get killed.
Hey, I can dig the lingo. I won't get killed. What do you mean, don't get killed?
It just seems like wise advice.
Right.
10 gold.
Well, then don't get killed.
He nods and he continues onwards.
Yeah.
Violet will come back to Onyx and say, "What the fuck?
Longshanks. Do you know
How
him?
long was he following us? And you knew and you didn't tell me?"
I
Since
only-
breakfast, but we haven't seen you since.
She's
I only noticed him during breakfast, but you say that he told you. Did I hear what he said?
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't believe Violet was whispering, so it probably would have been loud enough for you to hear.
If he was in the rafters, then I guess he heard us yesterday.
Ah, so he was who I heard up there.
And that was
next
about...
time if somebody's stalking us, how about you tell us?
I told everyone who was nearby me as soon as I noticed.
Can I call out the lie or do I actually not know?
I mean, to my knowledge, that isn't a lie.
I thought she said from the bridge. Yesterday.
No,
on
the
bridge.
person on the bridge was a different person.
And I believe they pointed that out as well.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I told Talon. I'm not sure if that was pointed out to the group.
Yeah, that is true. It was only Talon. But then again, you were also sashaying away at the time, so you probably weren't in a
Yeah.
position to be told.
Well, I think Talon was literally just a case of, right, that's the thing, let's move kind of situation.
But
He wouldn't have kept that as a secret. Other stuff was happening, so I didn't pipe up and say, blah.
yeah. But regardless of anything else, I mean, if Violet wants to be angry at him, that's perfectly fine as well.
Mhm.
Doesn't need to be
So
accurate
it's-
for it to be.
Why do I need to tell you everything if you don't tell me everything?
Are you 8?
No.
Can we move?
I acted in the safety
Yeah,
of,
let's
the,
go.
of the group.
Let's go.
That's all.
I
that's-
trust that,
Ugh.
Onyx. Let's
So-
go.
If he was like walking and talking at this point,
Mhm.
if he was up there, presumably he is a friend.
You
Isn't
pick up quick on these things. He's a friend.
Longshanks one of the names that Mandrap dropped?
Yes, but we weren't there to hear it.
No. Unless he
Right.
mentioned it
Yeah.
when we
No.
were in the basement.
Violet was the only one party to that because he mentioned it.
Yep.
Yep.
Fair
And said it wouldn't bring the boys to say goodbye to her.
hmm
Yep.
I thought,
Yeah.
yeah,
He
I
just
meant
said
the
that
other. I
he
meant
disappeared.
last night.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
referenced that
Fair.
his ranger took one look at your group and then pissed off, but he didn't say a
I
name.
see.
Mhm.
I'm curious about him, but he's going the other way.
Yeah.
That's all that's
So,
there.
how are we getting out of this place?
Cross the bridge.
Well, I was thinking maybe we can get some horses or something. What do you think?
It would limit us to paths, but it would speed us up. More obvious, louder, but faster.
Look,
preference.
the plague might be
Mhm.
spreading, okay? And
What?
that worries the fuck out of me.
You've heard
We
more
need to
info?
hurry. No, I'm just talking out of my ass.
Oh, you didn't tell us.
I'm
Helen,
telling you
what about-
now.
Fair.
You know, it
Talon, what about your hand?
Yeah, I'll get a sense.
don't do that now. Do it when we're on the road.
Okay.
enough.
it might it be worth acquiring a cart or wagon of some kind?
Carts are slower
We-
than horses.
Carts are
Yes.
slower than horses and they're more noticeable.
don't-
If we need to
Also-
get off the path, we can do that on the horses much quicker than if we have a cart.
The cart is
Also-
useless anyway because we're
True.
not dragging around cargo.
My
Walking
thinking
is
was
faster than a cart.
It has been commented on a couple of times now when we've claimed to be merchants that we don't have a cart.
Yeah, about that. Let's not claim to be merchants anymore.
I thought that was being cool. Merchants are cool. They travel around, see see things, sell
yeah,
things.
but the thing is, the minute if we claim to be merchants to merchants, they know more about being merchants than we do, and we get caught in lies.
No, we didn't.
They were suspicious as fuck, let's face it.
Talon, if lies were a kingdom, I would be its queen, okay? I'm good at it.
You are, but you're not infallible.
Should we not coach on the side of safety?
Look,
What does that mean? Let's go get horses.
yeah.
So
We'll
you,
see.
it doesn't take
Arm-
too long for you guys to actually cross the town. So by this point, you're basically at the bridge, the gatehouse leading towards the bridge.
And there's a stables nearby?
You can't see one, but you could always ask somebody. Hello.
Oh, hi. You in charge of the horses?
I am in charge of the gate, but you want to buy or rent horses?
Yes.
We would love to buy several horses.
Oh.
What do you mean rent?
Well, there are those that can rent a horse, and then effectively you pay for the entirety of the horse and with a renter's chip, and then you go to another place, return the renter's chip, and then a small fee is deducted from your gold, and the gold is returned to you. It is kind of like buying and then selling a horse later, but more guarantee.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of. How much to buy horses?
Oh, well, I cannot buy horses, sell horses to you. I am the gate guard, but there is a horse seller there, Sadler, and they will be coming back in 2 weeks' time.
God
'Cause
damn it!
this is a solid place to wrap up the session, and I know Wesley's
took
already
me-
asked to go.
That took me 2 seconds to realize. What?
I
Damn
wanted
it, Wiz.
Like,
to
oh,
see
that's
the
a
horses,
long
damn
time
it.
for someone to not
I
be
wanted
there.
to buy a horse.
I know, and you will get a chance to buy a horse, but Wiz is quite correct. It is a lot later than from when he actually asked us to draw it to close. But yes, we shall be back
Rent
in
the
several weeks'
pony.
time for Table Tales, and also back next week to have a playtest of Daggerheart, if you can believe it, the critical role-playing system. So that could be a lot of
Yay,
fun.
one shot.
Yes, a
Yep.
one shot. Completely absent from this. So, Haunty, if you've enjoyed yourself here, you might enjoy it next week as we do a one shot. So you will be just in the dark as everybody else.
Yep, it's
Thanks for being here until.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah,
lovely to
wow.
have you along.
It was
Been
great to
great
have
to
somebody
see you.
comment on all our endeavors. It was
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
fun.
Love the chat.
That's really cool.
Cool. But yes, we are going to wrap it up here for the evening. So I'm going to just very quickly put in the 5 seconds we're leaving screen, and but we will raid
Not
afterwards.
announced that.
Yeah, I'm saying it now. I don't want Haunty to think he has to run away. Okay, so we will be back in a couple weeks' time, and I hope you guys had fun. We certainly did, and we'll see you next time at the table.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.